Chapter 261. This year, the final battle of Changdao seemed to be the dividing line of the entire dark world. The noise and chaos before the war formed a sharp contrast with the peace and quiet after the war. The Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy reopened. To be exact, it was the official start of school. The first semester of the two academies was roughly between April and May. After the entrance maneuver, all the courses would officially open after a short break. But this year's special situation broke the rule. Changdao postponed everything for a few months, and the official start of school was set in September. The students of the two academies returned to the academy to report, and the standard of the opening ceremony skyrocketed. President Li Huaqing, the leader of the academics of Zhongzhou State, came to the Sky Academy accompanied by Gu Xingyun, the governor of Kunlun City, and Yi Dongsheng, the god of army of Zhongzhou State. Chen Fangqing, the leader of the Prince Group and Prime Minister of Zhongzhou State, went to the Deep Sea Academy accompanied by Marshal Qi Beizong, the Minister of the Army Headquarters, and Marshal Dongqing Wudi, the commander of the Border Control Corps. Huating in September was still hot. The chaos that spread from the Sky Academy to the whole of Huating had passed, and the whole city was quiet. The entrance ceremony had been held a few months ago, and the class division had been completed. All the early procedures were directly skipped. The entire Sky Academy stood in phalanxes one after another according to the class. As the headmaster, Zhuang Huayang also had a square formation behind him. It was the smallest of all the contestants. There were only 17 people. Among them, 2 had lost their arms and 10 were seriously injured. Zhuang Huayang held a list of the dead in his hand. When Zhongzhou State conspired against East Island, both the Deep Sea Academy and the Sky Academy sent out their most elite students. The so-called most elite students naturally referred to the classes led by the 2 headmasters. After several months of killing, there were only 17 left from the original 50. The scene was solemn and sorrowful. The official opening of the school was at the gate of the Sky Academy without a gate. In front of the huge stone carved with the words "The Land of Heroes." The names of the previous victims of the Sky Academy were carved on the boulder. Zhuang Huayang stood in front of the boulder, holding a carving knife in his hand. He carved one name after another. The carving knife had red paint on it, and the carved names were also red as blood. The audience looked at Zhuang Huayang's movements with respect and did not speak. Zhuang Huayang engraved the names on the list one by one until there was only one left. He was a person that the entire world knew. He turned around and looked at the front of the crowd. President Li Huaqing of Zhongzhou State, who came to watch the ceremony, looked serious. Dressed in a black suit, he looked mournful and regretful. Li Huaqing turned his head and glanced at Gu Xingyun's face. Just as Gu Xingyun was about to make a move, Li Huaqing had already set his eyes on the face of a woman beside him. The woman was extremely beautiful, but her expression was somewhat wooden and empty. It was Situ Tsungyue, the governor of Sai City, who had returned to Huating from North America. Instead of returning to Sai City, she stayed in the Sky Academy to recuperate with tribulation. "Thank you, Tsungyue." Li Huaqing slowly opened his mouth, and his face seemed to struggle to form a strained smile. Situ Tsungyue nodded and waved her long sleeves. A gentle force suddenly lifted Li Huaqing up. His body rose until it was as tall as the boulder. Gu Xingyun's pupils shrank slightly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he did not speak. A land of heroes. The word hero was carved at the top of the stone tablet. The surroundings were empty. Li Huaqing stared at the boulder and held the carving knife in his hand tightly. Slowly, with great force, he carved the first stroke. He engraved it with great force, and the font was not small, so the name was very clear. There was a suffocating atmosphere on the scene. A name slowly took shape under Li Huaqing's carving knife and became neat, lively and vigorous. Li Tianlan. A name, a legend, a heavenly son. Under everyone's gaze, President Li Huaqing personally engraved the name of the last person who died in the Battle of the Sky Academy. It was engraved at the top of the stone tablet. It was clear and distinct. "Salute to the hero." Behind Li Huaqing came Yi Dongsheng's roar with all his might. All the teachers and students, including Li Huaqing and Gu Xingyun, raised their hands to salute. The sun shone on the boulder. Outside the Sky Academy, the river and the sea converged. On the sunny ground, thousands of teachers and students raised their hands silently and forcefully, looking solemn. After the glory of the Li family was extinguished, Li Tianlan became the most dazzling young man in the whole dark world. Many people present had not even seen him, but everyone knew that if it weren't for him, the final battle of Changdao might have had a different result. The scene under the starry sky that day was really too complicated. If Li Tianlan hadn't appeared, what could Wang Tianzong and the Heaven Punishment Troop do? Wang Tianzong would have faced the siege of 5 invincible realm experts and 2 murderous weapons, including deity. At that time, the final battle had reached a critical point. When no one knew how terrifying deity's strength was, Wang Tianzong, who ranked first on the divine list, appeared in Changdao, which would make everyone instinctively unite as if they were facing a formidable enemy. 5 invincible realm experts, 2 murderous weapons, several half-step invincible realm experts, and more superiors at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. Even if Wang Tianzong had extraordinary abilities, how could he protect himself? If there was no Li Tianlan, what would happen to Wang Tianzong, Zhongzhou State, and the Wang family of Beihai? Just thinking about that kind of scene would make people's blood freeze. Similarly, Li Tianlan's achievements were also shocking. To some extent, he saved the stability of the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State. Even if it wasn't his intention, it didn't matter. What mattered was the result. He was a hero. He was a hero. Li Beitian quietly looked at Li Tianlan's name on the stone tablet, with confusion in his eyes. There were thousands of sword intents in Mount Shu. The 4 sword masters of Mount Shu were pure swordsmen. With Li Beitian's identity, he didn't need to come to the Sky Academy to study, and he wouldn't be assigned to the same dormitory as Li Tianlan, which seemed to be a coincidence. Everything had been arranged. Ning Qianqing should be the same. He was with Li Tianlan because of Dongqing Wudi's order. Li Beitian was entrusted by someone. First senior brother also knew about this. After a detailed understanding, he finally acquiesced in the fact that he and Yi Huayu came to the Sky Academy. The mentality of deliberately getting close to him and making friends was actually very subtle. But after a short contact, Li Beitian felt that Li Tianlan was a good person. They once fought against the Lu family in the entrance maneuver and went through thick and thin together. In Changdao, when he learned that he and Ning Qianqing were in danger, he rushed from Changdao to Zhongjing without hesitation and went through thick and thin together. Up to now, they hadn't been together for a long time, but it didn't matter how they got together. Now they were brothers and recognized each other, and that was enough. Ning Qianqing's body swayed a little in the crowd. His current injury was so serious that he could barely walk on the ground. Yu Qingyan supported him by his side and looked at the frightening name on the stone tablet with him. Yu Qingyan's eyes were a little red and swollen, as if she had been crying. But Ning Qianqing looked calm. He didn't believe that Li Tianlan was dead, even though Li Tianlan died in front of him with a sword through his chest. But Qin Weibai's reaction at that time seemed a little abnormal. The battlefield was too chaotic at that time. All kinds of sword energy whistled between heaven and earth, and all the scenes seemed to be faintly discernible. But somehow, maybe because he wasn't far from Li Tianlan, Ning Qianqing saw everything at that time. He didn't hear a lot of words, but he saw Qin Weibai's performance. The sword directly penetrated Li Tianlan's heart, and blood burst out under the starlight. At that moment, Qin Weibai was very calm. She seemed to have expected this kind of thing, or she had already expected that kind of result. When he took Li Tianlan from Saint's arms, his hands were trembling, but it wasn't fear, it was pure heartache. From the beginning to the end, he never felt the despair of losing a loved one from Qin Weibai. He just felt a deep sense of guilt and desolation. The people from the purgatory of heaven capital took away Li Tianlan's body. At that moment, Ning Qianqing, who was already seriously injured, vaguely saw Qin Weibai turn around. Extremely resolute. It was hard for him to understand the feelings between Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai. But if she hadn't carved the feelings into her bones and blood, she wouldn't have had that kind of look in her eyes when she held Li Tianlan's body. If everything was really irreversible, why would Qin Weibai turn around so resolutely and throw away Li Tianlan's body? Ning Qianqing thought of the text message he received this morning. The text message was from his father, who hadn't contacted him for several years. Now, because hundreds of fire-flaming realm elites from the Eastern Theater of Operations were lost in Changdao, the strength of the Eastern Theater of Operations was greatly reduced. His father should have been badly battered at this time. The general trend is clear. Do what you have to do. Ning Qianqing thought of the text message and turned to look at Li Beitian beside him. Do you really believe? Before he could finish his words, Li Beitian shook his head and interrupted him. That name is really an eyesore. Li Beitian looked at the stone tablet in front of him and said. Wang Yuetong was also looking at the stone tablet in front of her. Her eyes were dazed and blurred. The pride of the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai began to fade bit by bit. When Li Huaqing completely carved the name on the stone tablet, she couldn't help it anymore. She trembled slightly and burst into tears. In the days before Li Tianlan's departure, Wang Yuetong could feel his intimacy towards her and his occasional possessiveness. The two of them had slept in the same bed. All this showed that Li Tianlan seemed to have accepted her identity, an identity that didn't seem to be very glorious. But Wang Yuetong didn't care about this. Not because she really didn't care, but because she didn't think it was necessary. She really liked Li Tianlan. She liked him so much that she was willing to give herself to him completely. But Wang Yuetong didn't think about the future. Maybe she occasionally thought that the resentment between the Wang family and the Li family would slowly disappear because of her and Li Tianlan. But fantasy could only be fantasy after all. She was the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai, and had a noble status. But in the rise and fall of the wealthy families, and in the general trend of Zhongzhou state, it was insignificant. So Wang Yuetong didn't think about the future. She just liked Li Tianlan, and wanted to be with him. Even if they would separate in the future, at least they had each other. The unseen future was right in front of her. She thought how ridiculous the so-called identity was. Maybe it was enough to be with him without regrets. Wang Yuetong took out her mobile phone with trembling hands. On the mobile phone's communication software were the messages that Wang Yuetong had sent to Li Tianlan in the past few months. They were all trivial things, like a little girl who liked to pester her boyfriend. Li Tianlan didn't reply to any of them. How could Li Tianlan reply when he was plotting against East Island in the general trend? And he wasn't sure if he would have a huge conflict with the Wang family of Beihai now. He didn't reply, and he couldn't reply in the future. Wang Yuetong's eyes became more and more desolate. She couldn't imagine how resolute the cruel man was when he pulled out the sword for Qin Weibai in Changdao. She couldn't imagine his reluctance and melancholy after the sword light dissipated. Everything seemed to be doomed. She and he really had no future. Not separation but death. Like was no longer like. She looked at the gradually blurring name on the stone tablet. Until this moment, Wang Yuetong realized that she really fell in love with that man. But he was already dead. The crowd began to disperse. Zhuang Huayang accompanied Li Huaqing, Gu Xingyun, and others to his office. Now the most awe-inspiring pair of sister and brother in the dark world of Zhongzhou state stayed where they were, quietly looking at the stone tablet in front of them. What will happen to him? Situ Songyue looked at Li Tianlan's name and suddenly asked. Who? Tribulation's eyes were dim. He looked at his sister in white beside him and asked softly. The question was actually obvious. But Situ Songyue seemed to be stumped by her own question. After a long time she said softly, what will happen to Tianlan? I don't know. Tribulation shook his head. He really didn't know. But Samsara is quiet. Saint has returned to Zhongzhou state. Tribulation thought for a moment and said again. Samsara was quiet, which was the best news. Samsara withdrew from Zhongzhou state. Ha! Situ Songyue shook her head and did not continue. On the surface, Samsara did withdraw from Zhongzhou state, but it only lost Preqin International Group. Saint returned to Zhongzhou state. Combined with what they gained from this trip, Samsara could even be said to have taken another step forward in Zhongzhou state. Don't you want to ask something else? Tribulation said. What? Situ Songyue raised her eyebrows slightly. Ask him. Tribulation said calmly. Sanluo, life-prolonging, immortality, these. What's there to ask? Situ Songyue said indifferently. He is not him. Otherwise, how could Tianlan die? Not die. Tribulation corrected Situt Songyue's statement, he has died. There's nothing different about it. Situt Songyue shook her head. Tribulation said no more. A trace of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Under the silver mask, Tribulation tightly pursed his lips, and his eyes seemed to become dimmer. What happened? Situt Songyue's eyes turned cold. Haven't you controlled the injury you got in Changdao? The injury in Changdao is under control. Tribulation smiled in a complicated tone. But the injury after the breakthrough can't be controlled. Even if I didn't break through at that time, I was sure that I could kill Miyamoto. But I could feel that it was the best chance for me to break through. I succeeded, and now I'm in the invincible realm. Tribulation laughed at himself. But it's better not to succeed. It's better not to enter the invincible realm. Isn't it ridiculous? Situt Songyue did not laugh. Her body slowly tightened, and she looked at Tribulation without saying a word. At noon in late summer and early autumn, the sun was blazing. Tribulation stood quietly, like a lonely shadow. The dark world completely calmed down. As the Battle of Changdao passed, the dark superpowers, which had different losses, also entered a period of recuperation. The conflicts in all aspects were suppressed. Even if there were some waves, they became the internal affairs of the superpowers and countries. But all the superpowers knew that the current situation was not over. The current calm was merely the brewing of an even greater storm. Zhongzhou State began to deal with its internal affairs in an orderly manner. All the follow-up events after the final Battle of Changdao were solved one by one. Li Tianlan was a topic that couldn't be avoided. After a few days of preparation, Kunlun City of Zhongzhou State finally reluctantly took out 2 new lists. When they saw the list, many people suddenly realized that it was time to re-rank the top 10 experts of the young generation in Zhongzhou State. It was time to re-rank not only the top 10 experts of the young generation, but also the top 10 contemporary experts of Zhongzhou State. No one was surprised by the rankings on the 2 new lists. The pattern of the top 10 experts of the young generation was completely changed. Li Tianlan became the well-deserved first place, and the first expert of the young generation in Zhongzhou State. Wang Shengxiao followed him closely. He was no longer tied with Gu Hanshan. Gu Hanshan ranked 3rd. Dongqing Rushi moved back 1 place from the original ranking, but she surpassed Jiang Shangyu in front of her and ranked 4th. Li Beitian ranked 5th, second only to Jiang Shangyu. The 6th and 7th were a couple that surprised everyone. Ning Qiancheng was on the list, while Yu Qingyan was on the list for the first time. The battle record of poisoning a thunder-shocking realm expert made this girl, who was good at using poison, famous in Zhongzhou State. If some people didn't think poison was a foreign object, Yu Qingyan's ranking would even be higher. The 8th was Du Hanin, who had been on the list and then dropped out. After her wind vein was destroyed and mutated, it was no problem for her to be on the list. Wang Yuetong, who had never participated in the final Battle of Changdao, dropped out of the list. The last 2 on the list were Qi Zhaoxi, the young master of Azura Path, who also didn't participate in the final Battle of Changdao, and Zhongli Wuxin, the last disciple of the Dean of the Deep Sea Academy. The list attracted a fair amount of attention, but not too many people talked about it. The list was updated every year, so it was obvious that it was not real. And the hottest topic was the ranking of the top 10 contemporary experts of the empire. The 10 people on the list, which was updated every 5 years, basically represented the peak combat capability of Zhongzhou State in the next 5 years. This was a big deal. The ranking of the young generation was fluctuating. The ranking of the older generation was also adjusting. And on this valuable list, Li Tianlan was also on the list. Wang Tianzong Gu Xingyun Situt Songyue. After the top 3, Li Tianlan ranked 4th among the top 10 experts of Zhongzhou State. Behind him was Tribulation, who had broken through the invincible realm. The first elder of Kunlun City, who was also in the invincible realm, had been pushed to the 6th. Wei Kunlun, the Nirvana Sword Master of Mount Shu, ranked 7th. Dongqing Wudi, the god of massacre of Zhongzhou State, ranked 8th. The name of Zhuang Huayang, the headmaster of the Sky Academy, did not appear on the list. The 9th place was also a young man. Wang Shengxiao from the Wang family of Beihai. With the combat capability he had shown in Changdao, no one questioned this ranking. The 10th place was given to Hua Qingfeng, the sect master of the Shadow Sect and the Shadow Guard of Zhongzhou State who had been in Yuzhou all year round. In terms of quality, the ranking this time only looked at the surface. There was no doubt that the high-end combat capability of Zhongzhou State had greatly increased. The top 6 all had the combat capability of the Invincible Realm. The young Wang Shengxiao of the Thundershocking Realm entered the list, which gave people infinite expectations. But whether it was the list of the young generation or the list of the contemporary generation, one of them was always an illusion. Li Tianlan was already dead. In many people's eyes, these two lists had become the last traces of him in the world. But people who also believed that there would be miracles began to mention the things that Kunlun City had been unwilling to mention and publicize. Merit. Li Tianlan's merit. Everyone's merit. The Sky Academy had begun to count Li Tianlan's credits. Some people began to study the level of East Emperor Palace. The Sky Academy reported the calculated credits to Kunlun City. 80,000 credits. This was a number that was big enough to make anyone completely desperate. It broke the record of the highest credits since the establishment of the Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy. Kunlun City almost did not hesitate to reject the information reported by the Sky Academy. As a result, Headmaster Zhuang Huayang seemed to be angry and reported 100,000 credits for the second time. The credit statistics of the two special warfare academies had strict rules. But the problem was that Li Tianlan killed 2 invincible realm experts in Changdao, and even took a murderous weapon, which could not be calculated at all. Even if Kunlun City rejected it, it dared not to reject Li Tianlan's credits alone, but to reject it with other people's. With Li Tianlan's merit, at this time, even if Zhuang Huayang said 1 million credits, no one would say anything. Because Li Tianlan was a hero. Kunlun City was silent for 2 days and finally approved the credits reported by the Sky Academy. 100,000 credits. Of course, the 100,000 credits were not counted on Li Tianlan himself, but on the whole East Emperor Palace. But it didn't matter, because it was destined to be a number that could not be broken. The first place of this year's Sky Academy had been born in advance when the school started. Mount Dibing. Wang Tianzong was also looking at the list in his hand. Sitting opposite him was Wang Shengxiao. The 9th place, Ha, is a little flamboyant. Wang Tianzong shook the list in his hand. But it doesn't matter. You've grown up now. My requirement for you remains the same. It's still the same word, caution. Why don't you let Brother Jiang do it? Wang Shengxiao took the list in Wang Tianzong's hand and asked. He looked at the names on it. Li Tianlan's name was on it. It was a little dazzling. It's not up to me to decide. Wang Tianzong shook his head. If Di Jiang appeared on the list, even if he couldn't suppress Gu Qianchuan, he would replace the ranking of Nirvana Sword Master. But it was Kunlun City, the power center of the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, that decided this kind of thing. No matter how powerful the Wang family of Beihai was, it couldn't control Gu Xingyun. Wang Shengxiao didn't say anything. He just quietly lowered his head and looked at the list in his hand, which seemed to be light and heavy. Not reconciled? Wang Tianzong asked, as if he knew what his son was thinking. Wang Shengxiao shook his head. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, his performance in Changdao that day deserves to be remembered by Zhongzhou State. I have nothing to say about ranking 4th. Remembered by Zhongzhou State. Wang Tianzong gently narrowed his eyes, lit a cigarette, and said blandly, not just Zhongzhou State. Wang Shengxiao's palm trembled. He suddenly remembered another ranking in the Dark World this year. A ranking that represented the peak combat capability in the entire Dark World. This ranking was also an important reason for the battle between the Master of Samsara Palace and Gu Xingyun. The ranking on the World Divine List. He looked at Wang Tianzong in disbelief. Nothing strange. Wang Tianzong's tone was indifferent. A 19-year-old invincible realm expert killed 2 invincible realm experts in one battle, one of whom was the 9th on the divine list. Li Tianlan will definitely enter the divine list and be remembered by the entire Dark World. That was a sword light that could amaze the entire Dark World, not because of how powerful it was, but because of the vitality before the end of the road. The owner of that sword light was only 19 years old. A 19-year-old invincible realm expert was destined to be forgotten in a short time. I've signed it. Wang Tianzong looked at Wang Shengxiao and said. The ranking on the World Divine List required the joint signatures of all the known invincible realm experts in the world, and all the superpowers. But when the opinions of the majority overwhelmed the minority, the ranking would take effect. And the ranking on the Divine List was also related to the division of interests of the superpowers in the Dark World. Li Tianlan now occupied a place on the Divine List. He replaced Aldak, who was killed by him, and ranked 9th on the Divine List. Wang Tianzong was still the first on the Divine List. But Arsis, who was ranked 2nd, became 3rd. The deity of the Purgatory of Heaven capital replaced Arsis, and became the 2nd master on the World Divine List. Gu Xingyun's ranking dropped 1 place to the 5th. The master of Samsara Palace now ranked 4th. Situt Songyue, the hidden god of Zhongzhou State, rushed from 15th to 11th on the Divine List. It was an interesting phenomenon. In Zhongzhou State, Situt Songyue ranked higher than Li Tianlan, but on the Divine List, Li Tianlan ranked higher than Situt Songyue. But it didn't matter anymore. Wang Tianzong thought of the list that would spread to every corner of the dark world today, and his eyes were indifferent. The 15th invincible realm expert on the Divine List. Now there was a dead man. It was a name that needed to be remembered by the dark world, but he had long forgotten about it, because there was no point in remembering. What needed to be remembered was the past. Chapter 262. In September, although the temperature in Tiandu was still not low, accompanied by the sea breeze, it had become cool after nightfall. Heaven capital was Changdao. In less than a month after the final battle of Changdao, everyone seemed to have forgotten the name of Changdao. This place had become Tiandu, the Tiandu of the gods. On the newly printed map of East Island, Heaven capital replaced Changdao. In less than a month, the Purgatory of Heaven capital began to gradually control the special warfare system of East Island, and all the procedures were being handed over. After Shinichi Miyamoto's death, Mai Shiranui, the young palace master of Liuhua Palace, sought refuge with the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Now she had become the palace master of Liuhua Palace. Their addition made it easier for deity to control the divine wind force. After suffering a crushing defeat in the currency war, East Island was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. But in the eyes of the observant people, East Island was changing almost every moment. The extremely mysterious Purgatory of Heaven capital and the battered East Island. Under the disaster, the two were merging at an incredible speed, and eventually became inseparable. Military Counselor felt like he was a witness to everything. He now lived in the temporary headquarters of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, guarding Li Tianlan. This place was too close to the mysterious god. So close that he could even hear every decision made by God, and feel the subversive changes that those decisions brought to East Island. Military Counselor did not leave Tiandu. For the time being he didn't get the rest that he wanted. Instead, it was Saint who returned to Zhongzhou State first after finishing his own business. Saint had retreated from the peak of the half-step invincible realm, to the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. While his foundation was getting more and more stable, it also meant that his combat capability was declining. In this way, the task of guarding Li Tianlan fell on Military Counselor. Military Counselor had seen a lot these days. If there was no accident, even if the Samsara Palace continued to cooperate with the Purgatory of Heaven capital, this was probably the only chance for him to observe this force closely. The more the Military Counselor watched, the more solemn his heart became. God had done a lot of things these days. Military Counselor could vaguely feel that some things were aimed at East Island. Although the Purgatory of Heaven capital now controlled the special warfare system of East Island, it could not use the people of East Island to do things against East Island. This was what made the Military Counselor shudder the most. Because from the beginning to the end, whether it was daybreak, dawn, or phoenix, the three of them had been staying here. God himself had never left. So where are the people who did those things? Now it seemed that as time passed, the number of people God hands could use seemed to increase, and it became easier to do things. Silently, military counselor could easily sense the huge power hidden in the darkness. Unknown to others, but successful in every endeavor. With the entire special warfare system of East Island as the bargaining chip. The Samsara Palace helped deity, but was the seemingly powerful purgatory of heaven capital really in line with the interests of the Samsara Palace? Looking at the tranquil night outside the window, the military counselor remained motionless. He was so depressed that he could barely breathe. "What are you thinking about?" A voice suddenly rang out beside the military advisor. It sounded gentle and warm. The military counselor had long been used to God appearing beside him without warning. He shook his head calmly. "Nothing." "Oh," God said. He was not wearing the black cloak, nor was he holding the ferocious death scythe. He stood there in casual clothes. The only feeling he gave people was that he was peaceful and real. "Today is the last day," deity suddenly said. The military counselor's expression suddenly froze. The last day. It had been more than half a month since the final battle of Changdao. Military counselor had never seen Li Tianlan, so he didn't know his specific situation. Li Tianlan stopped at the villa where military counselor was, but deity gave a strict order that no one was allowed to disturb him. Military counselor could only guard outside and could do nothing. Deity would come here almost every day, and the time he stayed gradually changed from 3 to 5 hours at the beginning to 1 or 2 hours, and then to dozens of minutes. Until now. This was the last day. Will Tianlan wake up? Military counselor was excited, and there was some awe in his eyes. Deity could save Li Tianlan. He knew this a long time ago. But Li Tianlan really had no signs of life at that time. If Li Tianlan could wake up today, it would be equivalent to resurrection. What kind of means was this? "Do you want him to wake up?" Deity asked with a strange expression. Military counselor was excited, but he was still not calm. He said seriously, "I just want him to recover." "If you want to recover completely, you can't wake up now. There is still one thing missing." Deity seemed to think of something, and there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. "What is it?" Military counselor took a deep breath and asked. "A flower," deity said blandly. "So after today you have to take him away from here. That flower has bloomed. It's in Lin and Zhongzhou State, Qingyan Temple." Qingyan Temple. Military counselor repeated it silently, and he looked a little surprised. "Great Master Wu Wei is there?" Deity turned his head, and took a deep look at military counselor. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Finally, he laughed softly. "Do you know that place? Judging from your tone, you seem to have been there." Military counselor. Military counselor. He shook his head. "Most of the 12 supermasters of samsara have traces. Even the identity of saint is not a secret in my eyes now. But you, I have never heard of you. Who are you? What about you?" Military counselor's eyes were somewhat meaningful. "Who are you?" "Of course I am deity." Deity's tone was indifferent. "Of course I am military counselor." Military counselor was equally indifferent. Deity said no more, turned upstairs, and walked into Li Tianlan's room. Military counselor waited silently outside, counting the time. Time passed quickly. This time, in less than 20 minutes, deity had come out again. "Go and find that flower." Deity looked at military counselor with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. That flower. That indescribable flower. If he had that flower back then, how could he have no hope of reaching the real invincible realm in this life? Unfortunately, he didn't have it back then. So he could no longer move forward in this life. Deity's figure gradually disappeared, without any reluctance. Although he didn't get that flower back then, he got many years of time. That was the truth. Even if he didn't get enough, it was enough. Military counselor's figure rushed into Li Tianlan's room. The furnishings in the room were extremely empty, without any furniture at all. In the middle, there was a very high ice coffin. The ice coffin didn't look different, but it exuded a unique fragrance. Li Tianlan was lying in the ice coffin, shrouded by some looming white mist in the coffin. He was dressed in white, and his face was ruddy. The sword wound that penetrated his heart on his chest had disappeared. Scarlet divine punishment. The silver legend of Qin. The human emperor, which was broken in two, was placed in the ice coffin with him. Li Tianlan crossed his hands, holding an ancient bronze mirror in his hand. That was the national divine artifact of East Island, Yagami mirror. But at this time, cracks had appeared on the surface of the octagonal mirror one after another, as if the tangible fate had turned into wisps of white mist, wrapping Li Tianlan up. Military counselor hesitated for a long time, and finally reached out to touch the ice coffin in front of him. The ice coffin suddenly cracked, and all the mist in the coffin disappeared in an instant. The coffin turned into pieces of broken ice, fell to the ground, and disappeared in an instant. Li Tianlan's body fell, and military counselor hugged him. Military counselor looked at Li Tianlan in confusion, wondering what the hell was going on. Li Tianlan's face was ruddy and healthy. He still didn't breathe, but his heart began to beat constantly. There's a car outside to take you to the airport. The private plane has been arranged. Take his things and go. Deity's voice seemed to come to military counselor's ears from far away. Thank you. Military counselor suddenly came to his senses and thanked him. In any case, if Li Tianlan could really live, the whole samsara, the holy family, oh deity, a thank you. Deity was silent for a while, and then said blandly, tell your boss Qin that if the Battle of East Island is just the beginning and the small scene, she said, then I look forward to the next cooperation. Military counselor packed up Li Tianlan's things and left with Li Tianlan. He didn't respond, and he couldn't respond. According to the plan, the plot of East Island was indeed just the beginning. But the problem was that more than half a month had passed since the final battle of Changdao. Li Tianlan hadn't woken up yet. Qin Weibai hadn't woken up yet, either. The limousine arranged by the Purgatory of Heaven capital in advance was getting farther and farther away in sight. Deity stood on the balcony of his villa, watching the car disappear, and eventually become a small black dot. Ziyi, the prince of East Island in a purple palace dress, nestled in his arms obediently and gently, and looked at the small black dot in the distance like him. They're gone. The black dot in sight disappeared completely. Ziyi moved his body and whispered, exhaling. Deity said yes. Let's sleep. Ziyi's voice became more and more delicate, and her body seemed to be a little soft. She was the most beautiful woman in the royal family. Now that she had turned from a girl to a woman, she exuded a very reserved and delicate charm. I can do it today, maybe, she blushed. Maybe I can succeed today. Deity smiled, picked up Ziyi, and strode to the bedroom. Ziyi obediently put her arms around his neck and bit Deity's ear. Do you like a boy or a girl? A boy, of course. Will he really become the crown prince of East Island in the future? The future will be, yes. I've even thought about the baby's name. Just call him Huawu. I've thought about it for a long time. Huawu. Deity's first son was Huawu. But Huawu died. His second son was also going to be called Huawu. He didn't get the flower back then, but he got many years. Whether the old monk had been partial or not, Deity finally got something. Black and white were about to change between heaven and earth. Military counselor took Li Tianlan through the darkest night and went up to Mount Qingyun. Great Master Wu was sitting in front of Qingyun Temple. He was looking at the flower. The fairyland that had once caused a lot of noise on the internet was no longer there. The white mist had completely disappeared, and all the flowers, plants, and trees on the mountain had withered. The spreading fate compressed the vitality of the mountain to the extreme, condensed Great Master Wu's blood, and finally blossomed into a flower. There was only one flower. A flower that shone with all kinds of colors. Military counselor saw the delicate but vibrant flower from a distance, but he didn't see Great Master Wu until he got closer. Great Master Wu's bright kasaya had become strips of cloth hanging on his body, and blood had soaked the kasaya. His hair was white, and his face was wrinkled. In the dark, the master sat there motionless, like a statue without any sign of life. Military counselor was startled. He hesitated for a moment before asking respectfully, Great Master Wu? The master raised his head. His eyes were dim, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. From the final battle of Changdao to tonight, this was the first time he had moved. Pick it off. His tone was soft, and he looked at the flower in front of him. Military counselor looked at the flower in front of the master. This was the flower that deity talked about. It had no leaves or stamens, only petals that shone with illusory colors. This flower, military counselor carefully picked it off, a little confused. It's not a flower. Great Master Wu Wei shook his head wearily. It's the dragon vein. Military counselor's palms shook, and he almost threw the flower to the ground. The real top big shots in Zhongzhou State all vaguely knew that the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State had completely disappeared nearly 2 decades ago. Military counselor also knew that. He never thought that this extraordinary flower turned out to be the so-called dragon vein. How much fate and vitality did this flower represent? Military counselor couldn't imagine it at all. The dragon vein is incomplete, but it's enough to save this young man. Great Master Wu Wei coughed and said in a hoarse voice, "Is your boss all right?" Military counselor hesitated. He knew that the master in front of him could be regarded as the boss's adoptive father, and the other party's state was not very good, so he told the truth. The boss was in a coma on the night of the final battle of Changdao, and he hasn't woken up yet. Great Master Wu Wei fell silent. Just when military counselor thought that the master had fallen asleep or even died, an old sigh sounded softly. Infatuated child. The most infatuated person was the most heartless. The most heartless. Across the night, Great Master Wu Wei looked into the distance, as if he could see thousands of miles at a glance. "Tell her a message for me." Great Master Wu Wei whispered. Military counselor wondered why he was asked to pass the message all day, but he still nodded seriously. "Master, please go ahead. You are not you, and he is not him. Why are you so persistent?" Great Master Wu Wei said indifferently. Military counselor didn't understand, but he wrote it down carefully. He looked at the dragon vein in his hand, and seemed to be in a dilemma. "Let him eat it," Great Master Wu Wei whispered. "Then put him in the main hall." Military counselor said. He tore off the unimaginable fate with his trembling hands one by one and fed them to Li Tianlan. There were 9 petals in total. After putting them into Li Tianlan's mouth, military counselor looked at Great Master Wu Wei in front of him. "Master, please." He reached out to the temple gate behind Great Master Wu Wei. Great Master Wu Wei shook his head, and his smile became more serene. "I can't move," he said. "You go." Military counselor was a little stunned. He wanted to say something but finally asked, "Why can't I move?" "Because I have to wait for a while." Great Master Wu Wei coughed and said, "Hurry up. Hurry up." Military counselor did not dare to delay any longer. He held Li Tianlan and quickly walked into the main hall. There was also an ice coffin in the main hall. Military counselor put Li Tianlan in the ice coffin. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the temple gate. Great Master Wu Wei coughed harder. Seeing military counselor coming out, he just waved his hand and couldn't even say a word. "Master, do you want to go to the hospital?" Military counselor looked at the old monk in front of him with some worry. When he first walked into Qingyan Temple as a private person, he was lucky enough to meet Great Master Wu Wei. At that time he was not the military counselor of Samsara, but Great Master Wu Wei gave him a lot of advice. He had never forgotten this friendship. "No need." Great Master Wu Wei coughed for a while and calmed down again. "The next step is to wait." "Wait." Military counselor was a little confused, but before he had time to ask anything, the thick night was instantly filled with endless brightness. It was not light. It was fog. The vast white fog surged silently in the main hall of the temple gate. The white fog became thicker and thicker, enveloping everything in an instant. In military counselor's eyes, Great Master Wu Wei was disappearing. His figure was completely shrouded in fog. They were less than 2 meters apart, but at this time, they couldn't see anything. The white fog gradually thickened. There were no flowers in front of Great Master Wu Wei, but the roots of the flowers were still there. When they couldn't see it, the roots of the flowers began to disappear bit by bit, and eventually returned to the earth. The whole Qingyan Temple seemed to be full of vitality all of a sudden. Colorful colors spread across the whole mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white fog representing the vast fate rolled and swirled in the air, rushed up to the sky in an almost crazy manner. and once again poured into the main hall of the temple gate. White fog was everywhere in the main hall, covering the Buddha statue and extinguishing the blue lamps. There was a sound of breaking. The ancient ice coffin was breaking and dissipating little by little. When all the ice coffins disappeared completely, when Li Tianlan's body floated in the air and was about to fall, in the thick fog, thousands of miles away, Qin Weibai and Li Tianlan opened their eyes at the same time. Outside the temple gate, flowers bloomed all over the mountain. Chapter 263. Military counselor clearly heard the sound of flowers blooming. The sound was fragmented and dense. It took root, broke through the soil, sprouted, and bloomed. With weak but irresistible vitality and joy, it spread to every corner of Mount Qingyun. The rich fragrance came to his face. The vast white mist rolled wildly between the mountains and rushed to the main hall behind the gate of the temple. The light of the morning dispelled the deep darkness. The sky gradually brightened. The white mist began to disappear. The dilapidated and desolate Mount Qingyun became prosperous again. In the seemingly eternal and fleeting time, flowers and trees occupied every corner of Mount Qingyun and crowded every road on Mount Qingyun. Unimaginable vitality spread out, and even the walls of Qingyun Temple were blooming with flowers. Military counselor was among them. His sight was full of flowers like a sea of flowers. It was military counselor's first time to see such a scene. This almost mythical scene, which violated the laws of nature, was all because of fate. It was a mysterious, indescribable, and yet, it was a fate that truly existed. The petals of the dragon vein resurrected Li Tianlan, and the roots revived Mount Qingyun. It was like a miracle. Military counselor's heart was left with only awe. Great Master Wu Wei's body was almost completely wrapped in flowers. His body and face were completely withered like a skeleton, but his weathered and dim eyes were still calm and gentle. He had already expected such a scene that seemed familiar to him. Many years ago, when he extracted the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State and resurrected another person, he seemed to have seen his end and destiny in the unseen world. At that time, he didn't give that person this flower, but he gave him many years. He was impartial. He had a clear conscience. What a dragon vein! Military counselor's trembling voice sounded with excitement. What I see today is really incredible. Great Master is really a god. The white mist became thinner. The resurrected Mount Qingyun showed its true appearance. In the flowers, Great Master Wu Wei smiled weakly and whispered, "Unfortunately, there is no stamen." "What is a stamen?" Military counselor asked. He had noticed the dragon vein just now. It had roots, but no leaves. It had petals but no stamen. That flower was too strange. It gave military counselor the feeling that it was a broken flower, not complete. Of course, the dragon vein was not complete. Great Master Wu Wei had personally drained the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State, and had been trying to reunite it over the years. But there was a Taoist priest who was doing the same thing as him. But it didn't matter. The stamen is the foundation. Great Master Wu Wei replied faintly. Military counselor's heart trembled. He thought of Li Tianlan. He didn't know what happened to Li Tianlan's combat capability in Changdao, but he was not far from Li Tianlan at that time, so he could clearly feel what happened the moment Li Tianlan entered the invincible realm. In just a moment, Li Tianlan directly destroyed all his foundation in exchange for the craziest outbreak. A flower without foundation saves a person without foundation. There seemed to be some relief in Great Master Wu Wei's eyes. He looked at the sea of flowers all over the mountain and whispered, "From now on, Tianlan is his own foundation and the foundation of the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State." Although the dragon vein he regathered was incomplete, it already had a foundation. It really didn't matter how much Xianxuanzi had mastered. He had become the foundation that carried the destiny of a nation all by himself. He had the dragon vein. In this state, Li Tianlan's destiny was so prosperous that it could be said that it was rare for hundreds of years. Regathered the dragon vein. Reopened the golden age. Great Master Wu Wei looked up at the sky. His vision became gray and blurred, but his smile became clearer. "The most perfect," he said in a low voice. The footsteps sounded inside the temple gate, soft, smooth, and unhurried. Military counselor looked back at once. The thick white mist enveloped the entire Qingyan temple. It was a vast expanse, and he couldn't see anything. Li Tianlan couldn't see him either. He didn't even know where he was at all, nor was he sure of his current state. His mind was full of the sword light that exploded in the air like a waterfall at the last moment of the final battle of Changdao, the white dress that said sorry to him, and the fragrance and warmth of Qin Weibai. After that, there was darkness. The silence was like eternal darkness. There was no thinking, no feeling, no body, not even life and death. There was only silence and darkness. Li Tianlan couldn't feel his existence at all. It could even be said that he had completely disappeared. Nothing existed in the whole world. What awakened his consciousness was the dripping sound of running water. The sound of running water gradually dispelled the silence. His blood began to flow again, and his heartbeat slowly recovered. But his consciousness was still immersed in the deepest darkness. Light began to appear. The vast white mist began to fill every corner of the darkness. The white mist was getting thicker and more dazzling. Li Tianlan finally opened his eyes. There was white mist in his consciousness, and there was still white mist in his sight. It was a vast expanse and he couldn't see anything. He felt his own heartbeat and felt his own breathing. Everything was there. But at this moment, he wasn't sure if he was still alive. There was a flat expanse in the white mist. Li Tianlan walked quietly. He had spent several days and nights in the desperate and frightening darkness. The environment in front of him couldn't make his mood fluctuate at all. He instinctively wanted to get out of here. A large expanse of white mist kept surging as he walked. It seemed to pour into his body, but it also seemed to pass through his back. The journey seemed long and short at the same time. Li Tianlan walked along the way. The world was quiet. The white mist kept gathering and dispersing. In a trance, Li Tianlan seemed to see a door. The door was very narrow and closed at this time. Wrapped in the white mist, it seemed to have a very sacred feeling. Li Tianlan walked over in silence. He pushed the door in front of him. The vast mist receded like running water. Li Tianlan saw the sunshine and the sea of flowers. He also saw a black cloak standing in the sea of flowers, and the beggar sitting on the ground, almost drowned by the flowers. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows. The dense mist swirled around him, and the morning sunshine sprinkled down with a fragrant smell. The autumn wind blew through the sea of flowers all over the mountains and plains, raising his white clothes. Standing outside the dilapidated temple gate, Li Tianlan chuckled. "You are." Military counselor also saw Li Tianlan walking out of the temple gate. His first reaction was not the surprise after witnessing a miracle, but a great astonishment that was hard to hide. He looked at Li Tianlan as if he had never seen him before. "Military counselor?" Li Tianlan said softly. His voice was as soft as the white mist surging behind him. It was very gentle, but it had the power to cover heaven and earth. He stood there, but his whole person seemed illusory and real at the same time. Military counselor was speechless for a while. He had seen Li Tianlan before. But now Li Tianlan was completely different from before. His face hadn't changed, his voice hadn't changed, and his clothes hadn't changed. But now he looked indescribably perfect. Yes, perfect. Military counselor had never seen such a perfect man. It was indescribable temperament and style. He stood there, looking the same as before, but at this time, he gave people a feeling of being natural and just right. The most perfect. Military counselor looked at Li Tianlan, and suddenly had a feeling of reluctance to look away. "Where's little Bai?" Li Tianlan continued to speak. Military counselor suddenly came to his senses, and there seemed to be some hesitation in his eyes. "The boss is already at the headquarters of Samsara Palace." Military counselor hesitated and whispered. That night, he saw Qin Weibai hand Li Tianlan over to Dawn, and saw Qin Weibai turn around. He couldn't understand such a move, but he could feel her determination and sadness when she turned around. "This is Great Master Wu Wei." He calmly changed the subject. "This time, the mysterious deity in East Island and the Great Master saved you together." Li Tianlan's face finally changed a little, but his every move was still extremely charming and perfect. He walked quickly to Great Master Wu Wei, and seemed to be a little incredulous. Great Master Wu, we meet again. Great Master Wu, who Li Tianlan thought was a beggar at first, raised his head. He wore a tattered cassock, and his eyes were quiet and dim. Li Tianlan's eyes were calm, but there was some sadness in them. For the first time, he couldn't connect the old man in front of him with the eminent monk he met for the first time. He didn't say thank you, but looked at Great Master Wu seriously and asked, "Why did you save me, Great Master?" "Destiny chose me." Great Master Wu whispered, "You can't escape." Li Tianlan didn't understand, so he could only remain silent. The light in Great Master Wu's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, but it never went out. He looked at Li Tianlan and asked, "How do you feel now?" Li Tianlan moved his body casually. In an instant, with him as the center, there was a large tear in the air. Even military counselor had to step back for some distance. "I'm still in the invincible realm." Li Tianlan laughed at himself, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "It's good to survive." "It's okay." Great Master Wu's tone was flat and confident. For Li Tianlan, the current invincible realm was not a good thing, but the so-called hidden danger would eventually disappear. He could regather the dragon vein for Zhongzhou State, and reopen a prosperous era for Zhongzhou State. When his life was coming to an end, the last thing he had to do was to accumulate power for the dragon vein. Li Tianlan's problem was not a problem, because now Li Tianlan was the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State. The stronger the dragon vein was, the stronger Zhongzhou State was, and the stronger Li Tianlan was. His way of accumulating power for the dragon vein was rough and obscure, but it was the most effective. It could be said that from the moment Li Tianlan opened his eyes, Xian Xuanzi, the extraordinary man of Taoism, had already lost. The overall situation of Zhongzhou State was settled. One was bright, and the other was dark. The dragon appeared mysteriously. Chapter 264. Great Master Wu's tone was calm and confident. But Li Tianlan's mood was not optimistic. In the final battle of Changdao, he had forcibly entered the invincible realm with the intention of self-destruction. He had no way out, and naturally he didn't think about the future. But now when he opened his eyes and saw the colorful world again, it was hard for Li Tianlan to describe his feelings. After the doubts of coming back from the dead, there was only mixed feelings in his heart. No one knew better than him how bad his current state was, because he was now in the invincible realm. And seriously speaking, he was even stronger than when he was in East Island. But he couldn't make a move. If he made a move, he would die. In East Island, the moment he gave up all the foundation of martial arts, his realm had completely fallen below the 4 realms of martial arts. One could imagine how fragile his body was, which was not even in the chi-controlling realm. The reason why his body did not completely explode under the powerful force at that time was that the vitality stored in his body by the immortality potion provided him with endurance. Now, although he came back from the dead, the huge vitality was gone, but the power was still there. The power of the invincible realm, but the body was not in the chi-controlling realm. In such a situation, Li Tianlan could completely blow up his body if he stamped his feet a little hard, not to mention making a move. In such a bad situation, how could he be completely relieved by Great Master Wu's words? But perhaps because he had died once, Li Tianlan knew more about the value of living, so his expression was still calm. Looking at Great Master Wu, who seemed to be about to run out of oil, Li Tianlan carefully bent down and said calmly, "Thank you for saving my life, Great Master. Saving you is equivalent to saving Zhongzhou State. You shouldn't say thank you." Great Master Wu smiled. The morning wind blew over and blew up his completely dry and lusterless white hair. The master sat in the vibrant flowers, but he looked like a piece of dead wood without any sign of life. Li Tianlan didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, so he simply kept silent. The majestic wind fluttered the corners of his clothes, and his white clothes fluttered. He stood calmly, but vaguely. He seemed to suppress the brilliance of the flowers all over the mountain. There seemed to be only this white robe left on Mount Qingyun, with a dazzling style and bearing, natural and flawless. "Do you know why you live?" Great Master Wu said gently. Li Tianlan shook his head. Grandmaster pointed at the cluster of flowers in front of him. "Sit." Li Tianlan sat down. His movements were very slow. Great Master Wu Wei's eyes had turned to Military Counselor. He smiled and said nothing. There were some things that he could not say, even to Military Counselor, who could be said to be his own people, or even to Qin Weibai. Even if he already suspected that Qin Weibai seemed to know something. Military Counselor nodded knowingly. He looked at Li Tianlan and said, "Your Highness, I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain." "Sorry for the trouble." Li Tianlan nodded. It was not until Military Counselor's figure completely disappeared that he turned to look at Great Master Wu Wei, and said seriously, "Great Master, please enlighten me. What is karmic luck?" Great Master Wu Wei was not ambiguous. He directly asked a very simple and profound question. Li Tianlan, who was still in a trance and couldn't think calmly from death to life, felt helpless. Karmic luck and destiny were really beyond his understanding. He didn't believe in metaphysics. He wanted to say that karmic luck was luck, but looking at the old monk in front of him who was on the verge of collapse, he shook his head. "I don't know." It was an extremely rare opportunity for a guru to talk about metaphysics. Moreover, this guru had saved his life. He didn't want to jest in front of the guru at all. The so-called karmic luck is actually vitality. The vitality of every grass and every tree, every mountain and every river, every person and every country. Great Master Wu Wei said calmly, "Everything has vitality. A country has vitality, which is called fate. When the fate of a country is about to run out, the country will die. People have vitality, which is called destiny. When the destiny is over, people will die. If we use another explanation for vitality, it is karmic luck." Li Tianlan didn't know whether his body was too fragile or something else. Sitting in front of Great Master Wu Wei, he felt a little drowsy. A smile flashed in Great Master Wu Wei's eyes, and he continued, "Mountains and flowers, like people and countries, all have vitality. When all kinds of vitality are integrated together, it will become a vein. People have a pulse, which is related to life and death. The karmic luck composed of the vitality of all living things also has a pulse, which is related to the rise and fall. It can be said to be a dragon vein, an earth vein, or anything else. But one thing is certain. Karmic luck is related to the prosperity of a country and a person, and this most important vein is related to the rise and fall of the whole karmic luck. You can choose not to believe it, but how can you not believe what you see around you?" Li Tianlan didn't doubt it. He seemed to be a little more spirited and thoughtful. Dragon vein. He was no stranger to this word. In his suppressed memory, his grandfather Li Honghe seemed to have said something about dragon vein, but he couldn't remember it now. "And you are alive because of this vitality, this karmic luck, and this dragon vein." Great Master Wu Wei concluded. "I regathered the dragon vein for Zhongzhou state and reopened the prosperous times. In metaphysics, there is a saying that the dragon shows its head but not its tail. In the past many years, the dragon vein has been chaotic and has not been obvious, because it lacks the dragon head. Until today, when I added the dragon vein of Zhongzhou state to you, everything was settled. Now you are the dragon vein of Zhongzhou state, and also the dragon head. Regathered the dragon vein?" Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and asked, "That is to say, there was no dragon vein in Zhongzhou state many years ago?" "It was emptied by me," Great Master Wu Wei said kindly, but Li Tianlan felt a piercing chill in an instant. For a moment, Li Tianlan instinctively didn't dare to ask him what he was going to do by emptying the dragon vein. About 20 years ago, the dragon vein was already decaying, but the karmic luck of Zhongzhou state was still there, so I emptied the dragon vein and regathered it to form a new dragon head and dragon tail. I wasn't born at that time, was I? Li Tianlan finally couldn't help interrupting the great master. So at that time, the dragon head was not you. You were still the dragon tail. Great Master Wu Wei looked at Li Tianlan and suddenly said, "Do you remember when we met in the Dongqing clan? As I said, more than 20 years ago, someone changed your birth destiny." Li Tianlan froze in place and didn't speak for a long time. The dragon head and the dragon tail are originally interchangeable, and each grabs its own karmic luck. Until today, everything is almost settled. Great Master Wu Wei's tone became more and more indifferent. "Almost?" Li Tianlan asked in reply. almost means that the variable is very small, but it still exists. Although the dragon vein regathered, it is not strong after all. It will take about 10 years. Great Master Wu Wei looked at Li Tianlan meaningfully. His eyes were very scary. The head and the tail are not looking after each other, and naturally, they can't coexist. Li Tianlan's heart was a little cold. Also at the meeting in the Dongqing clan, he remembered another sentence that Great Master Wu Wei had said to him. This benefactor has gone against the general trend and forcibly defied heaven. I'm afraid that you will die young and miserably in 10 years at most. 10 years. Li Tianlan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Great Master Wu Wei closed his eyes. 2 lines of blood flowed down from his eyes, followed by the nose, ears, and mouth. Dark red blood flowed directly from the master's mouth. The master closed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth, which was bleeding, were gently raised, revealing a disdainful smile. Disdainful. This was the first time that Li Tianlan had seen this kind of emotion in him. It seemed to be contempt. This is, Li Tianlan was suddenly shocked. Karmic luck backfire. I said what I shouldn't say, so it's natural. Great Master Wu Wei opened his eyes again. His eyes became empty and blank, but his tone was still gentle. What else do you want to know? Li Tianlan was a little hesitant, but he didn't dare to ask again. Why did you help me, Great Master? After hesitating for a long time, Li Tianlan finally asked the question he had just asked. I want to regather the dragon vein. It's my destiny. Great Master Wu Wei's answer was almost the same. Your destiny should be to regather the dragon vein, right? And my destiny. He remembered the 10-year prophecy that chilled his heart, and said with a self-deprecating smile. My destiny seems to have been changed? Aren't you helping me on purpose? Impartiality. Great Master Wu Wei's tone grew calmer. But you're still partial after all. Li Tianlan looked at him seriously and said. If he was the so-called dragon tail before, then now he became the dragon head. It must have something to do with Great Master Wu Wei. If he became the dragon head, then who was the dragon tail that would die 10 years later? I gave him a chance. Great Master Wu Wei said calmly. I gave it for many years, but he failed. That's the general trend. The general trend? Li Tianlan asked in reply. The general trend of the dark world, from a metaphysical point of view, fluctuates because of the amount of luck. More and more blood flowed from the corners of Great Master Wu Wei's mouth. He raised his hand to stop Li Tianlan from speaking and continued. The final battle of East Island this time is the biggest turning point, and also a beginning. Zhongzhou State was going to lose, but because of your existence, the situation was barely saved, so I could take the opportunity to make you the dragon vein of Zhongzhou State and make you break through. That is to say, Li Tianlan felt a little strange in his heart. That is to say, if I hadn't entered the invincible realm in East Island, now you would lose the most important person and naturally, you wouldn't be able to become the dragon head. 10 years later, you would definitely die. Great Master Wu Wei said abruptly. Li Tianlan had mixed feelings. He was as strong as the invincible realm in East Island, and his original intention was to save Qin Weibai, that was all. If Qin Weibai hadn't been kidnapped, he wouldn't be as strong as the invincible realm. Then the final winner of the final battle of Changdao, East Island? He seemed to understand something, but he was a little confused, so he said to himself. East Island, of course. Great Master Wu Wei said calmly. In terms of luck in recent years, East Island can be said to have the most prosperous luck, far surpassing Zhongzhou State and other countries. If not, why do you think the Pope of the Vatican attaches so much importance to the final battle of East Island? And why does he attach so much importance to you? Li Tianlan smiled helplessly. His mind became clearer and clearer, but also more confused. He spread his hands and said, then East Island is now. Today is different from the past. Great Master Wu Wei smiled and said, a real heavenly son of East Island died in this final battle, and most of his luck belongs to Zhongzhou State. If he hadn't died, you wouldn't have survived today. He looked at Li Tianlan with empty eyes. Everything is interlinked, and the real battle is just a corner. How can it be possible for the dragon vein to gather in Zhongzhou State without more deaths? At this moment, Li Tianlan had 1,000 words in his heart, but he couldn't say a word. After today, if you achieve something in the future, you might as well make this place your headquarters. Great Master Wu Wei looked at the sky blankly, pointed to Mount Qingyan in front of him, and said softly. Li Tianlan was slightly shocked. He had a hunch, but he couldn't believe it was true. Great Master you. Li Tianlan's face changed a little. I want to see this landscape. Great Master Wu Wei looked in the direction of the West Lake and said softly. I'll carry you. Li Tianlan said without hesitation. Great Master Wu Wei laughed. He nodded and said softly, okay. Li Tianlan carefully carried the Great Master on his back and went down the mountain. Step by step, he kept his feet on the ground. Great Master Wu Wei leaned on Li Tianlan's back and said softly, your current ranking on the divine list is roughly equal to the ranking of Zhongzhou State's luck in the world before the final battle of Changdao. Don't worry. Although I can't do much, I can help you in the end. Why do you do this, Great Master? Li Tianlan's heart trembled slightly. I can live. Great Master Wu Wei said with a smile. But you can't. He looked ahead and said softly, watch the landscape. Li Tianlan wanted to persuade him, but Great Master Wu Wei patted him on the shoulder hard and motioned him not to say more. Li Tianlan, who was in a trance and had mixed feelings, silently carried Great Master Wu Wei and went down the mountain step by step. He carried him. Walking down his mountain was also his mountain. In the bright morning, there was a hint of lethargy on Mount Qingyan. Li Tianlan came to the water's edge with Great Master Wu Wei on his back. The sun shone down, and the water rippled and sparkled. How many steps? Great Master Wu Wei suddenly asked with a smile. Li Tianlan froze and didn't speak for a while. 2,000 steps. Great Master Wu Wei pinched Li Tianlan's shoulder and kept exerting force. His voice began to pant, and he said with a low laugh, today, you carry me for 2,000 steps, and I will reopen a prosperous land for Zhongzhou State and the Li family for 2,000 years. After that, it will be left to future generations. Li Tianlan didn't think this sentence was so shocking, but he felt a little disappointed. He slowly put Great Master Wu Wei down and faced the West Lake in front of him. The master sat among the flowers and plants and reached out, as if he wanted to touch the waves that were neither far nor close. His low murmur came from the wind. It was soft and gentle, but it instantly echoed throughout Mount Qingyan. When the dragon is about to raise its head, remove its armor when it sees the dragon. The voice was dissipating. The master's body also began to dissipate. The cold wind blew over. Starting from the palm, the master's body was blown into pieces piece by piece. The pieces turned into dust and flew with the wind. The cold wind blew over. The vast white mist surrounding Qingyan Temple surged into the air in an instant. The vast white mist enveloped Mount Qingyan again, and eventually the whole lonely mountain. A large amount of fate and vitality seeped calmly and gently into every corner of the mountain. The wind gradually disappeared. The mist gradually disappeared. Li Tianlan stood calmly where he was. The sun shone down. The mysterious Qingyan Temple. The beautiful lonely mountain. All the man-made buildings disappeared completely with the wind. The well-proportioned pavilions, the lonely monasteries, the solemn golden body of the Buddha, disappeared. Completely disappeared. The whole lonely mountain seemed to go back countless years in an instant, becoming the most primitive and prosperous scenery. Great Master Wu Wei's body completely disappeared from the world with the wind. There was only the green mountain in front of Li Tianlan. How charming the green mountain was. His eyes were blank and sad. He stood where he was for a long time without moving. The morning sun gradually turned into a scorching sun and rose high into the sky. A storm suddenly rose on West Lake. A violent, almost suffocating momentum suddenly swept a large area of the lake. Waves rolled on the calm lake. Chapter 265. Li Tianlan quietly looked at the old man who stepped into Lonely Mountain. His eyes were a little dazed. His world was quiet. The surface of the lake was filled with exploding lake water. Water splashed and waves rose. A large area of the lake surged violently like a tsunami in a storm. But there was no sound in Li Tianlan's ears. The world was quiet. He could only hear the sound of the dissipation of the clouds and mist. It was quiet but extremely pleasant. The old man went up Lonely Mountain and stepped directly into Mount Qingyuan without stopping. He went all the way up to Li Tianlan in the Sea of Flowers. The clouds and mist on Mount Qingyuan completely dissipated. Li Tianlan, who was in the invincible realm but had no force, began to relax. It felt very comfortable. His realm finally began to fall when the clouds and mist completely disappeared. Invincible realm, half-step invincible realm, thunder-shocking realm, fire-flaming realm, ice-condensing realm, chi-controlling realm. It kept falling and finally he completely withdrew from the chi-controlling realm. The arrogant old man who climbed the mountain on water walked up to Li Tianlan. He witnessed the process of Li Tianlan's aura from strong to weak. The old man seemed very indifferent most of the time, and his wise eyes were a little complicated. Li Tianlan laughed. His aura was weak, but his demeanor did not weaken a bit. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be shining. His every move was perfect, exuding a kind of dazzling and bright charm. It was not until this moment that Li Tianlan was sure that he really ushered in a new life. So he would laugh. But if he was reborn today, then what did he get in the previous 19 years? He had wind and thunder veins. He used to be invincible, and he was the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State. But now he was just an ordinary person with wind and thunder veins. Perhaps only those who truly understood martial arts would understand how strange these words were. Li Tianlan's heart was in a mess, and even the excitement of seeing the old man became a lot suppressed. "Grandpa," he called softly. When Great Master Wu Wei died between heaven and earth, Li Honghe, who should not have appeared here. Li Honghe looked ruddy and energetic. After the border war he seemed to be more than 10 years younger. Looking at his grandson who was already famous in the dark world at a young age, he smiled with satisfaction. "You did a good job in East Island. How are you? How do you feel now?" Li Tianlan's heart gradually sank all the way to the bottom. Autumn had just arrived and the weather was still very hot. It was noon, but Li Tianlan felt cold all over. Because Li Honghe's current state was too abnormal. The Li family participated in the border battle on the 5th day. Li Tianlan had already heard about it when he was still in East Island. But the news from afar was naturally vague. Without being there, no one knew the impact and consequences of that series of actions. But it was different now. Li Honghe appeared directly in front of him. It was clear at a glance. Li Tianlan was most unfamiliar with this Li Honghe. Whether in spirit or appearance, the current Li Honghe was completely different from before. Li Tianlan knew very well what state Li Honghe was in before. He was nearly 80 years old, and his physical strength was uncontrollably weakening. He could barely maintain the invincible realm, and it was even difficult for him to exert all the strength of the invincible realm. But now Li Honghe was full of energy, and his powerful aura was almost bursting out of his body, which made people feel awe at first glance. In this state, Li Honghe gave Li Tianlan a feeling that he was even more powerful than when Li Honghe was at his peak in his childhood. Li Tianlan's face was pale. He knew very well what this situation meant. The so-called powerful aura bursting out of his body was a sign that the power in Li Honghe's body was completely out of control. "You forced yourself to return to your peak state?" Li Tianlan tried not to let his voice tremble. He was melancholy about the death of Great Master Wu Wei, but in the face of Li Honghe in this state, he felt a little powerless and even desperate. "It's not a big deal." Li Honghe smiled, and his smile was very open-minded. "I do it willingly." "Willingly?" Li Tianlan suddenly raised his voice, and his laughter was a little cold. "For Zhongzhou State? For the border? And for the Li family?" Li Honghe looked at his grandson in a calm tone. He could clearly feel the trace of indifference and stubbornness in the depths of Li Tianlan's eyes. "Don't worry." Li Honghe patted Li Tianlan on the shoulder. "I know my body well. Although it's not very optimistic, it's not a problem to support it for a few years. There may be a turnaround by then. Who can tell what will happen a few years later? As for you, can you accept it after your foundation is completely destroyed?" Li Tianlan was full of anger and resentment, but outwardly, he was as cold as an iceberg. He suppressed the worry and even panic in his heart, steadied his breath, and said indifferently, "It's just starting over." Li Honghe's eyes were as gentle as ever, and he whispered, But this is the second time. So it will be faster than the first time. Li Tianlan's voice was firm and persistent. Li Honghe nodded, took out a cigarette, lit it, and stopped talking. Why are you here? Li Tianlan was silent for a while, and suddenly asked. I'm here to see the bald man off. Li Honghe took a deep drag on the cigarette, and his eyes were a little sad. I didn't expect it to be a step too late. This guy. I'm afraid he doesn't want to see me in the end, right? Great Master Wu Wei, who was famous in Zhongzhou State, became bald in Li Honghe's mouth. Li Tianlan was also a little sad, because Great Master Wu Wei was not bald in the end. What disappeared with his figure in heaven and earth was his long white hair like frost and snow. Li Tianlan sat down. Li Honghe was on his left, and on his right was the place where Great Master Wu Wei died. There was only a piece of rock facing the mountains and rivers. There was no ash, it was clean. You used to be very good friends, right? Li Tianlan asked in a low voice. Li Honghe just said in silence and didn't say much. Great Master Wu Wei had many secrets, and there were also many secrets between him and the Li family. But everything was in the past. The Great Master had died. His past, his secrets, and his friendship with the Li family had all become stories. Stories. It didn't matter if he didn't listen. The landscape here is clean and suitable for retirement. I like it very much. Li Honghe looked at the landscape in front of him in a trance, and said softly. He looked at Li Tianlan, who was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at him, and said with a smile. How about the Li family take root here from now on? You're in Huading, and it's closer to here. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows in surprise. For a moment, he was not sure what Li Honghe meant. Here, that's it. Li Honghe sat on a flat rock, with his back against the green mountain and his face facing the green water. His figure was small between heaven and earth, but it exuded a kind of strength and majesty that Li Tianlan had never seen before. Li Tianlan was a little excited. He was sure what Li Honghe meant. Grandpa wanted the Li family to get out of the camp in the primeval forest and come to the beautiful Mount Qingyan. Could it be that during his death, the Li family and Zhongzhou State reached a new agreement? Grandpa, are we free? You and Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan's tone was full of undisguised excitement. Don't mention Zhongzhou State. Li Honghe shook his head and said, From now on, the Li family will only live for the Li family. He glanced at Li Tianlan and said with a smile, Of course you're different. I'm old and you're still young. You must become the god of war of Zhongzhou State in the future. This is the honor that the Li family should have. Li Tianlan was still excited, but he frowned. Grandpa actually wanted to go against the will of Zhongzhou State and forcibly move the Li family to Mount Qingyan? He thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid that Zhongzhou State will find some reason to prevent us from. Reason? Li Honghe laughed, and the expression between his eyebrows became more and more dignified. They have been wanting me to go back to Yuzhou to recuperate these years. Now I take the initiative to come out and not go back to Yuzhou. Can't I recuperate in Linen? And the so-called reason, I listen to it. That's a reason. If I don't listen to it, it's nonsense. At this stage, if I don't let them speak, they won't dare to speak. Li Honghe's tone was calm and confident. It seemed that he had regained his loftiness and dominance when he was the god of war of Zhongzhou State. He said, I like it here. This place belongs to me. The Li family will only live for the Li family from now on. Li Tianlan was excited, but his eyes gradually became gloomy. He understood what his grandpa meant. Li Honghe's current state was extremely bad, but at the same time, he was extremely powerful. The power in his body had been completely out of balance. In the following time, his body would gradually weaken, but his power would grow stronger and stronger. When his power grew to the limit that his body could bear, Li Honghe's whole body would be completely blown up. But this process would not be completed in a day. It needed a relatively slow process. Li Honghe would become weaker and stronger in this process, and the end of this road was death. Only death. No one was willing to provoke Li Honghe in this state, and naturally no one dared to touch the Li family. Because Li Honghe would die, such provocation was completely unnecessary. As long as Li Honghe was still alive, he, who lived only for the Li family, occupied Lonely Mountain, and no one in the whole Zhongzhou state would say a word of nonsense. But what if Grandpa couldn't hold on? Li Tianlan's palms trembled slightly. He didn't know how long this process would take, but he knew very well that it would not be short or too long. At least in this time, it was difficult for him to enter the invincible realm from scratch. At that time, once Grandpa couldn't hold on, and he didn't enter the invincible realm, the Li family without deterrent power would face the shadows and fangs of countless enemies inside and outside Zhongzhou state. Li Tianlan clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were resolute. Grow up quickly. Li Honghe didn't look at Li Tianlan. He looked at Westlake in his sight and sighed softly. Since I've come to Lonely Mountain, as long as I don't die, there shouldn't be many people who dare to attack you. The next period should be the safest time for you. Come on. The Li family will rely on you in the future. Grandpa, don't worry. Li Tianlan's tone was calm. He rarely said such words, but every time he told Li Honghe to rest assured, Li Honghe would really rest assured. Under the bright and hot sun, the old man chuckled. He looked at Li Tianlan kindly and suddenly asked, "What do you think of me?" Li Tianlan was stunned. "You're my grandpa." He was stunned for a moment, and then he said seriously, "That was his evaluation." No evaluation was also an evaluation. Li Honghe remained calm and said with a smile, "In my life, I haven't done many right things, but I've done many wrong things. But many mistakes can be made up for in the end. But some mistakes can't be made up for today, and I can only make the best of them. Tianlan, the thing I'm most proud of is that I have the best grandson, but the most regretful thing is also the same. If I can give you another chance to choose again, you don't have to think about the Li family anymore, and you don't have to think about the responsibility anymore. You can go down the mountain now and be an ordinary person, or go to Samsara Palace and live together with Boss Qin. Or there are other choices. Under such circumstances, are you still willing to choose to bear the Li family's past?" Li Tianlan was silent for a long time. Li Honghe said if. But there was no if in life. He said indifferently, "I don't have a chance." "Now you do." Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan. "You can choose to give up your responsibility, and I won't blame you." "Ha!" Li Tianlan looked at the distant sky. His voice was calm and without hesitation. "The thing I'm most proud of is that I have the greatest grandfather. It's true in my heart, and it's true in Zhongzhou state." That was his answer. Li Honghe was great in his heart because of family affection. In Zhongzhou state he was great because of glory. The glory that he was most proud of. Li Honghe laughed. His smile was not joyful, but a little melancholy. "So, I can only make the best of them." He looked at Li Tianlan and said softly, "Not long after you left, Li Huaxing went to the camp. I asked Wangxing to follow him, and now he should be one of his personal guards. When you return to Huating, you meet him. He has something to give you. When you have time, you can take it to the Dongqing clan." Li Honghe said. Li Tianlan's heart moved. He wanted to ask about the Dongqing clan and Dongqing Rushi, but when the words came to his mouth, he still didn't speak and just nodded. He had already known that Li Wangxing left the camp with the leading cadre of the academics. But when it came to this matter, Li Tianlan remembered another thing. "I have an agreement with Zhuang Huayang. After the final battle of Changdao, I can transfer 3 veterans of the Li family. I'll arrange it." Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan with a quiet smile. Li Tianlan's body trembled slightly. His grandfather didn't allow him to name names, but directly said that he would arrange it. It directly touched on a question that he had always wanted to ask but dared not ask. On the 5th day of the final battle of Changdao, the 5 superpowers jointly invaded the border of Zhongzhou state. The Li family, which was no longer at its peak, fought against the 5 superpowers. How many people were left now? How many people are there? Li Tianlan asked in a hoarse voice after a long silence. 63 including me. Li Honghe didn't hesitate and directly gave an accurate number. 10 of them are seriously injured and have lost their combat effectiveness. Li Tianlan's body shook, and then he stood where he was with no expression. 63 people, 10 had lost their combat effectiveness. If he was given 3 more people, the Li family would only have 50 people left. When he left the border camp a few months ago, there were still more than 100 veterans of the Li family in the camp. They said they were veterans of the Li family, but any one of them who could survive to this day could be a general. In the Battle of the Border, the Li family lost more than half of its members. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and said calmly, "I see." He turned to look at the top of the mountain. In the direction of the top of the mountain, Qingyun Temple no longer existed, and Li Tianlan couldn't see the silver light hidden in the flowers. There's a murderous weapon on the top of the mountain. It's the legend of Qin of the Jiang family of South America. The human emperor is broken, but it's not a loss with the legend of Qin as a supplement. But now the murderous weapon has entered the time of energy storage, so let's put it here first. Li Tianlan said. Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan's arm. He held a scarlet broadsword in his hand. The sword of the founder was called Divine Punishment. Li Honghe was not surprised. As early as in the border battle, he had seen Lin Fengting and this sword. Got it. Li Honghe nodded and said, "Let's go." Li Tianlan took a deep look at the old man in front of him. He understood the purpose of the old man's appearance here today. He came to Mount Qingyun to retire from the border camp in such a high-profile way. He said that he lived for the Li family, but in fact, it was more important to protect himself. In the days when his grandfather was constantly getting stronger, his safety was enough to be guaranteed. As for the future, what would happen when his grandfather couldn't hold on, and he didn't enter the invincible realm? It was not that his grandfather didn't think of this problem, but he was not qualified to think about it. For so many years, the Li family had never had a future. The so-called future could only be discussed in the future. Li Tianlan didn't say any more words of concern. Everything was doomed. What was doomed would no longer be meaningful. He knelt down in front of Li Honghe and kowtowed heavily a few times. Then he straightened up and went straight down the mountain. Li Honghe watched Li Tianlan's back leave, and there was obvious relief in his eyes. Today's meeting was out of his plan. Li Tianlan's identity was exposed so quickly, and it was also out of his plan. Under the overturning of the general trend, there were too many accidents. But Li Honghe saw Qin Weibai's shadow in the general trend, so he acquiesced to these accidents. There was no other reason. That was because his instincts told him that the perfect and dreamy woman was unreal. She was worth trusting. The rarest thing in the world was worth it. The old man looked at Li Tianlan's back calmly. Farther and farther away. Farther and farther away. Life was long, and the sky was big. There would be shadows in your life, but there would also be light. The old man slowly turned around and walked toward the top of the mountain. The old man and the young man, the grandfather and the grandson, went in opposite directions. It was like their respective destinies. The young man was reborn. Chapter 266. Military counselor was waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. He witnessed the monstrous waves when Li Honghe climbed the mountain, and the magical changes when the clouds dissipated. Now the waves had disappeared and the changes had stopped. Bright and beautiful sunlight shone down from the sky, blowing the grass and trees in the mountains. Under the clear sky, the mountains were swaying and the water was turbulent. Lonely Mountain was still Lonely Mountain, but as Fei Yin left, this island in the middle of the lake lost all of its worldly aura. It was filled with flowers and grass, pure and natural like a paradise. Li Tianlan walked over from the landscape. His white clothes seemed to blend perfectly with the landscape. Your Highness. Military counselor subconsciously used the honorific title. In the Battle of Changdao, Li Tianlan's performance was enough to deserve this title. And his attitude toward Qin Weibai also made the 12 supermasters of Samsara truly acknowledge his existence. But the boss's attitude? The military counselor lowered his head, and his eyes were a little unfocused. Call me by my name. Li Tianlan said calmly. The military counselor did not say anything. He still maintained a slightly respectful posture. Li Tianlan turned to look at Lonely Mountain behind him. Lonely Mountain stood out on the gentle and charming lake, but the old man on the top of the mountain had disappeared. This was the Li family's Lonely Mountain. A trace of firmness flashed in Li Tianlan's eyes. He turned around and said, "Back to Huating." Into the water. They disembarked. Westlake, which was usually full of people, was officially blocked off by the government because of the rumor of the fairyland. Along the way, the surrounding scenery was cold and empty. A well-behaved Audi was parked on the side of the road. The driver was a mute. When he saw military counselor and Li Tianlan, he bowed silently and motioned for them to get in the car. Military counselor and Li Tianlan sat in the back seat together. The mute man started the car and drove into the streets of Lin, and heading straight for Huating. Li Tianlan looked at Lin, and outside the window. The battle at the border was filled with smoke, and the trip to Changdao was filled with blood. But now, under the sun, Zhongzhou state was still prosperous. Li Tianlan's mind began to clear up little by little. I have a question. He suddenly spoke. His words were simple and straightforward. He was not familiar with the military counselor, but he was too lazy to test him. If he had any doubts, he would just ask. Military counselor subconsciously touched his chest. There was a letter in his arms. He sighed softly and smiled. There are many things that I can't say. And there are many things that I don't know the truth about. The answer was direct but vague. Li Tianlan remained calm and said, What does the Samsara Palace want to do? He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but in the end he asked one that the military counselor would definitely know. I can't say. Military counselor looked at Li Tianlan. His expression couldn't be seen under the cloak, but his tone was sincere. Your Highness, this is an internal matter of our Samsara Palace. And now you are the young governor of Sai City. Li Tianlan suddenly fell silent. So, I have nothing to do with Samsara anymore? After a long time, Li Tianlan continued to ask. Military counselor hesitated for a moment, reached into his chest pocket, and said softly, Your Highness, Samsara has now completely withdrawn from Zhongzhou state. He took out an envelope from his pocket and continued, Boss asked me to give this to you. Qin Weibai's coma was not far from Li Tianlan's death. Therefore, this letter could only have been written before. The letter had been in his arms for too long. Li Tianlan took the envelope, opened it, and pulled out a piece of white paper. The handwriting on the paper was delicate but slightly messy. There was no name, no signature, only a simple and clear sentence. I wish you a bright and promising future for the rest of your life. Your future has nothing to do with me anymore. Nothing to do with him anymore. Li Tianlan felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if a bloody scar suddenly appeared on his beating heart. It was painful and sour, and he was unwilling to give up. His face was a little pale. The light outside the window shone on the paper through the window, with a kind of desperate pale. Li Tianlan read this sentence over and over again. After being reborn, he didn't know what he had gained, but he clearly felt that he was losing. Li Honghe had reached a dead end. He was about to lose the pillar that could support everything in his heart since he was a child. At the same time, he would also lose the future related to her. Li Tianlan folded the letter. Very slowly. He put the letter into his pocket without expression and glanced at military counselor. Thank you. He said this in a deep and heavy tone. Military counselor shook his head. He didn't know the content of the letter, but he had a hunch that it would not be good news. Li Tianlan stopped talking. He leaned back in the seat behind him and closed his eyes. Military counselor looked at Li Tianlan and continued to remain silent. He was the saber-bearer of Samsara in Zhongzhou state. But now the sword was not out of the sheath. How could the saber dare to show its edge? The sunrise on the sea was the most magnificent. The setting sun on the sea was the most poignant and beautiful. The sun was setting. Qin Weibai sat quietly by the sea, looking at the sunset in the deep sea with a confused look in her eyes. She woke up from a long coma. Her delicate and perfect face was slightly thin, and she seemed to be in a trance. A blue fishtail dress clung to her body gently. She held her curled-up legs with both hands, and looked quietly at the sunset and the sea at the end of her sight. She was like a mermaid who longed to return to the sea after coming ashore, confused and delicate. Flaming Fire stood motionless behind Qin Weibai. She was carrying a small fruit basket in her hand. In the fruit basket were Qin Weibai's favorite fruits, snacks, and water. But none of them had been touched for the whole afternoon. There was some worry in Flaming Fire's eyes. Since the boss woke up, She had not said a word except for asking the time. She seemed to be in a trance or recalling something. In this state, the boss seemed to reject the whole world. Her sadness and joy had nothing to do with the whole world. Flaming Fire disliked Li Tianlan more and more. In the final battle of Changdao, Flaming Fire approved of Li Tianlan's way of doing things, but she just disliked him. Because all the changes began when the boss met Li Tianlan. She had quickly and willingly turned from a high and mighty goddess into a little woman. She was no longer pure. She had sorrow and joy, sorrow and anger. Flaming Fire did not understand such emotions. How good it would be if life could always be peaceful. Flaming Fire looked up at the surroundings. This was an island, surrounded by the deep sea. When the wind and the waves were calm, the serene and gentle sound of the waves could be heard everywhere, as if they would last forever. This was the headquarters of the Samsara Palace, the place that could make everyone calm down the most. But Flaming Fire was a little confused. The sun was setting. The sea breeze was blowing. Flaming Fire hesitated and wanted to persuade the boss to go back. At least she should change her clothes, but she did not dare to disturb her. The phone rang abruptly. Flaming Fire took out her mobile phone and looked at the number. She raised her eyebrows slightly and walked directly toward Qin Weibai without hesitation. "Boss, military counselor is calling," Flaming Fire said softly. She knew that Qin Weibai had been waiting for this call. Qin Weibai reached for the phone and pressed the answer button, but she did not speak. "Boss." On the other end of the phone, military counselor said calmly, "Great Master Wu Wei has left. He asked me to tell you something." Qin Weibai listened to military counselor's words. There was a flash of sadness in her crystal eyes, and then she said, "How is Tianlan?" "Very good. There should be no sequelae." Military counselor replied cautiously. "Where's the letter?" Qin Weibai continued to ask. "I gave it to him," military counselor said. Qin Weibai did not speak. She quietly squeezed the phone hard, and her delicate knuckles were a little white. Military counselor was silent for a while, then whispered, "He said thank you." The sound of the waves around seemed to be louder. The tide rose and fell. Qin Weibai silently hung up the phone and gently bit her red lip. "Flaming Fire," she shouted and said faintly, "He's angry." Flaming Fire did not speak. "That's true. He's such a proud man, but I wrote him that letter. He must think that I'm not obedient enough and not well-behaved enough. He's really angry." Qin Weibai looked at the sea in the distance and smiled softly, but she could not stop her tears from flowing down. She was so beautiful, so sad, and so stubborn. "But it's better than letting him hate me." Qin Weibai remembered the night of the 7th day in Changdao. She remembered the starry sky she saw in Li Tianlan's arms. The starry sky was bright. Qin Weibai's body trembled slightly. Her heart was twitching and hurting, but her eyes became calm and clear little by little. "I don't understand." Flaming Fire's voice was very soft, but there was anger in her eyes. That was anger against Li Tianlan. "Of course you don't understand." Qin Weibai shook her head and wiped her tears. On this island, she seemed to be particularly weak. "I don't understand Li Tianlan. I don't understand the boss either." Flaming Fire's mood did not fluctuate at all. She said quietly, "I've been with the boss for a long time, but I never understood what the boss wanted." In the afterglow of the setting sun, Qin Weibai smiled softly, like a poem or a painting. She looked up at the sky. The cloudless sky was blue and pure, and the setting sun emitted orange light, rendering the sky gorgeous and beautiful. The light fell from the high sky, clear and bright, without any shadow. Qin Weibai looked at it quietly, as if she was looking at Li Tianlan. Her eyes were full of affection. Affection was a kind of power, extreme and crazy. Flaming Fire would not understand. Maybe no one would understand. What she wanted was actually very simple. Chapter 267. After sending Li Tianlan to the Sky Academy, military counselor left. With his current identity, it was not appropriate for him to appear in a sensitive place like the Sky Academy. In the final battle of Changdao, Samsara Palace had drawn a clear line with Zhongzhou State, and even stood on the opposite side. Although the super masters of samsara did not attack the team of Zhongzhou state, they stood with the people of the purgatory of heaven capital and asked Wang Tianzong to leave heaven capital. No matter how detached Beihai province and the Wang family of Beihai were, they belonged to Zhongzhou state. This was a fact that no one could change. What Samsara Palace did was not treason. After all, they did not belong to Zhongzhou state. But the change of their position was undoubtedly equivalent to standing on the opposite side of Zhongzhou state. For Zhongzhou state, the current military counselor could be said to be an enemy. Li Tianlan watched military counselor leave. The black Audi was getting farther and farther away. He knew very well that there must be a different scene in the car now. When he wore a cloak, he was military counselor. After taking off the cloak, who would know who he was? Li Tianlan did not know and did not ask, because all this had nothing to do with him anymore. Li Tianlan slowly turned around. After a few months, he returned to the Sky Academy again. The monumental boulder still stood on the land without a gate of the Sky Academy. Li Tianlan saw his name at the top. He looked at it for a long time, and no one knew what he was thinking. The autumn wind was bleak, and the sun was setting. In the twilight, the wind blew to the south. Li Tianlan turned around and walked south. His spotless white clothes fluttered in the wind. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He walked forward leisurely, like a cloud on the ground. The Sky Academy was quiet. At this time, all kinds of theory classes and actual combat classes were about to end. Li Tianlan walked to the political department. The final battle of Changdao had not been long. It had been more than a month. But after the general trend came to an end, it was easy to have agitation. If he wanted to know what had happened in the past month, he naturally had to find an insider. Tribulation, the minister of the political department, and Zhuang Huayang could be regarded as such. Li Tianlan did not need to hesitate at all to find between the two. The office building of the political department was located in the center of the Sky Academy. When he walked here, the quiet Sky Academy finally became a little livelier. Teachers and students shuttled around. A class that had just finished its class walked out of the training ground in a neat line and passed by the political department. Li Tianlan looked around and didn't find any familiar figures in the crowd. Then he ignored them. But when he looked at the others, they also looked at him. In the evening, the political department suddenly quieted down. Even the advancing troops stopped in their tracks. The leading teacher stared at Li Tianlan with a look of disbelief. Li Tianlan might not know him, but he would never forget Li Tianlan. His name was Zhou, and he was in charge of the firearms shooting course of an ordinary class. On the first day Li Tianlan came to the Sky Academy, Zhou was one of the two teachers sent to test Li Tianlan. That test was humiliating and tragic. In order to save his other companion, he was almost nailed to the tree by Li Tianlan from a distance of tens of meters. He had just recovered from his injuries over the weekend, and today was his first day teaching a student. Then he saw Li Tianlan. Zhou's face was pale. He was confused and instinctively afraid. Everyone knew that Li Tianlan had died in Changdao. The Sky Academy held a farewell party for him, and President Li Huaqing personally engraved his name on the monument. When everything was settled, he actually reappeared in the Sky Academy. Zhou even felt that he had really seen a ghost. In his sight, the man in white didn't stop and went straight to the office building of the political department. More and more people behind him noticed Li Tianlan. The silence and dullness gradually disappeared. Chaotic discussions rang out. Li Tianlan. Today, the 9th person on the divine list, the heavenly son of Zhongzhou state who should be remembered by everyone, reappeared in the Sky Academy. With doubts and uncertainty, the news quickly swept across the whole Zhongzhou state like a hurricane. Compared with the teaching office of the Sky Academy, the political department had more power, but it was relatively more decentralized. However, one thing was clear, that the teaching office's scope of work was for students, while the political department's main scope of work was for teachers. In addition, the credit statistics of students and the task system of the Sky Academy were also the main work of the political department. Therefore, in the Sky Academy, the political department had the largest staff composition. In a 3-story building that looked very old, there were nearly 60 people working inside. At dinner time, The building of the political department was quiet. A man in his 30s in a military uniform passed by Li Tianlan, glanced at him, and asked with some doubts, "Who are you looking for?" "Is Minister Situ here?" Li Tianlan asked. Tribulation's full name was Situ Wanjia, but this name had been called less and less nowadays. "You are?" Even if he was a hero, not everyone knew him. The man in front of him obviously didn't know Li Tianlan. His eyes became more and more doubtful and even vigilant. Li Tianlan was definitely not a teacher of the Sky Academy at his age, and he was dressed in white, so he didn't look like a student. Anyone who didn't know him would doubt his identity. "I am." Li Tianlan opened his mouth, but before his voice died away, there was a sudden crisp sound of documents falling on the stairs. The heavy folder fell to the ground, and countless documents were scattered. Qin Ke, the deputy director of the teaching office, who had a bad relationship with Li Tianlan at the beginning, stood behind the flying documents and looked at Li Tianlan with a shocked and dull face. Li Tianlan was also stunned. "Director Qin." The man in the military uniform who stopped Li Tianlan greeted her inexplicably. He pointed at Li Tianlan and said, "This person is going to..." Qin Ke, who was as cold as an iceberg in front of everyone, suddenly came to her senses. "It's okay. Leave it to me. You go ahead." The man in the military uniform nodded, glanced at Li Tianlan, and turned to leave. "Hello, teacher." Li Tianlan greeted her calmly. The shock in Qin Ke's eyes grew stronger. She personally participated in the final battle of Changdao, and also saw Li Tianlan's end. On the 7th night of the final battle of Changdao, the woman in white directly pierced Li Tianlan's heart with her sword without any hesitation. Such a serious injury. How on earth did he survive? Good luck. Li Tianlan seemed to see Qin Ke's doubts. "Luckily survived. Is Marshal Uncle here?" Yes. Qin Ke responded in a daze, and then squatted down to sort out the documents in a hurry. "He's talking to the headmaster in the office on the 2nd floor. You can go directly." Qin Ke responded with a little confusion in her mind. Looking at Li Tianlan, who went directly upstairs, she felt dazzled for a moment. How did he suddenly become beautiful? Qin Ke looked at Li Tianlan seriously. She forced herself to calm down and said softly, "Young governor, welcome back." "Thank you." Li Tianlan nodded and went directly to the 2nd floor. The minister's office was facing the stairs. Li Tianlan walked to the door and knocked. "Come in." The next second, the air around seemed to vibrate, and Tribulation's voice almost sounded in his ears. In fact, although the director of the political department of the Sky Academy had no clear rank, it was more than enough to have a full-time secretary. But Tribulation refused such an arrangement at the beginning. In addition, the office was soundproof. If it weren't for Tribulation's terrifying strength, he would have to open the door in person every time someone came. Li Tianlan opened the door and walked in. The large office was decorated comfortably and luxuriously. Tribulation's predecessor, Yi Fengcheng, was obviously a person who knew how to enjoy life. On the sofa diagonally facing the door, Li Tianlan saw the headmaster of the Sky Academy at a glance. Zhuang Huayang was sitting on the sofa at this time, talking to the young man beside him. The moment Li Tianlan walked in, the three of them froze almost at the same time. Zhuang Huayang even thought that he was wrong. He shook his head hard and looked at the young man who walked into the office. After a long time he said incredulously, "Tianlan?" Tribulation calmed down after a short period of astonishment. He was not surprised or excited about Li Tianlan's resurrection. His eyes were calm and gentle as if he had known all this. "It's good that you're back," he said. Li Tianlan was also in a daze. He looked at Tribulation in front of him. A Tribulation who was completely different from his impression. The familiar black clothes turned into comfortable casual clothes. Tribulation took off the silver mask that covered his face all year round, revealing a pale but sharp and hard face. He had short hair, and was so thin that he could even be said to be thin. Sitting there, he gave people an unparalleled impact. This was a man as sharp as a sword. "Come and sit down." Tribulation waved his hand and took off the mask. His voice was still low, but it was no longer hoarse, with a very pleasant magnetism. Li Tianlan walked over and sat opposite Zhuang Huayang. He looked at Zhuang Huayang, who was still in a daze, and nodded. "Headmaster, long time no see." Zhuang Huayang took a deep breath. He looked at Li Tianlan and then at Tribulation, who was unusually calm. "What the hell is going on? You're not dead?" He looked at Li Tianlan and asked. "I've been dead." Li Tianlan gave a simple answer. "Come back from the dead?" Zhuang Huayang looked incredulous. "That's the truth." Li Tianlan looked indifferent. "Let's not talk about this." Tribulation suddenly opened his mouth. He was calm as if nothing had happened. He said slowly, "Tianlan, the headmaster and I are discussing the 3 most critical things in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State in recent days. They are all related to you. Listen." Chapter 268. Zhuang Huayang was obviously not in the mood to continue discussing business. In other words, Li Tianlan's sudden appearance shocked him more than anything else. Li Tianlan's heart was pierced by a sword. The whole dark world had witnessed it. But now he appeared in front of him again. Tribulation's unusual calmness had already shown that he knew Li Tianlan's state in advance. What did that mean? The atmosphere in the office was very quiet. Zhuang Huayang felt uneasy for no reason. He always felt that he had overlooked something very important in this series of things, but he couldn't tell what it was. "How did you survive?" Zhuang Huayang looked at Li Tianlan and asked with a very serious expression. "Do I have to give an explanation for the fact that I'm still alive? Who should I give an explanation to?" Li Tianlan asked in reply. His tone was calm and without any emotion. But not only Zhuang Huayang, but also Tribulation looked at Li Tianlan in surprise. This rhetorical question was too offensive. Although the tone was calm, it couldn't hide the impatience. The two looked at Li Tianlan at the same time. Li Tianlan sat there quietly. After dying and coming back to life, he was indeed much more dazzling than before. But under the absolutely perfect appearance, the two could clearly feel Li Tianlan's uncontrollable bad mood at the moment. Like an active volcano covered with snow. It looked calm and cold, but the magma inside had already completely boiled. Li Tianlan seemed to be aware of his attitude. He took a deep breath, kept silent for a while, and then said calmly, "Sorry, I'm not in a good mood." "It doesn't matter." Zhuang Huayang smiled gently. He didn't pursue the secret of Li Tianlan's resurrection. He just chuckled and said, "It's good to be alive." He paused and continued. "Now Zhongzhou State is more lively." Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" Zhuang Huayang shook his head and glanced at Tribulation. Tribulation didn't want to speak. The old headmaster said helplessly, "How are you now? How much combat strength do you have when you were in Changdao?" In fact, when one's martial arts strength reached their realm, his perception ability was extraordinary. Even if he couldn't directly determine a person's realm, he could feel the strength of the other person from his essence, qi, and spirit. But Li Tianlan was different. From the moment he walked into the office until now, all he had shown was perfection. The concentration of essence, qi, and spirit was neither high nor weak. It was almost like a false perfection. "You're lucky to be alive. What's the point of talking about combat power?" Li Tianlan was a little self-deprecating. Thinking of what he was about to lose and what he might not get in the future, his eyes were a little bitter. "I can only start over." "Is that so?" Zhuang Huayang was silent. He was not surprised by this result. The final battle of Changdao could be said to be the heaviest loss that Zhongzhou State had suffered in the Dark World in recent years. Thousands of elites fought one after another, but in the end, less than 100 people came back alive. Under the sudden change of the situation, the final battle was too hasty and chaotic. Zhongzhou State could only get the process and the final result of the final battle from the reports of the survivors. Among them, the news about Li Tianlan was the most important. Zhuang Huayang had read many reports, and he could roughly imagine how powerful this kind of extreme outburst was at the cost of one's life. As Li Tianlan said, it was already a miracle that Li Tianlan could survive after being pierced by a sword under that kind of extreme outburst. It was unrealistic to expect Li Tianlan to maintain his combat capability. To put it simply, Li Tianlan's foundation was completely destroyed, and his martial arts fell to the bottom. Recultivate. He could only recultivate. Zhuang Huayang sighed softly, thinking of the recent actions of Kunlun City and the attitude of the Wang family of Beihai. Combined with Li Tianlan's resurrection and his current identity, he suddenly had a headache. Everything was still calm at the moment, but it was not hard for him to imagine how turbulent Zhongzhou state would be after Li Tianlan walked out of this door. Tianlan, what's your attitude towards Samsara Palace? Zhuang Huayang suddenly asked in a low tone. Samsara Palace. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt that Samsara Palace was one of the three things that Tribulation just mentioned. Zhongzhou State's plot against East Island started with cooperation with Samsara Palace. But no matter from the process or the outcome, what Samsara Palace did this time was a betrayal to Zhongzhou State. When the 5 invincible realm experts broke out of Huading, the master of Samsara Palace, who should have appeared, did not show up, which directly led to the lack of defense in Huading. When Wang Tianzong, who went to the border, rushed back to Huading, Gu Xingyun had been seriously injured, and most of the elites of the 5 superpowers trapped in the Sky Academy had also escaped from Huading. It was no exaggeration to say that although the final battle was in Changdao, Huading was the key. In the chaos that day, if the master of Samsara Palace could join hands with Gu Xingyun, they could unite with the third batch of people of Zhongzhou State that should have helped Changdao. Even without Wang Tianzong, Zhongzhou State would not have a big problem to suppress that turmoil. If the 5 invincible realm experts hadn't left Huading, East Island wouldn't have become so confident. If the general trend was still under the control of Zhongzhou State, the 5 superpowers in Changdao wouldn't have joined hands with East Island, and Zhongzhou State wouldn't have suffered such a serious loss. The combat capability of a top 5 invincible realm expert on the divine list was too crucial. The master of Samsara Palace stood by and even disappeared suddenly, which directly led to the situation going completely out of control. And several supermasters of Samsara in Changdao also watched the whole battle coldly in the final battle. In the end, they even joined hands with the people of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Such an obvious betrayal, no matter how happy the cooperation between the two sides was before, it couldn't be salvaged. It was not hard to imagine Zhongzhou State's attitude towards Samsara Palace. Li Tianlan thought of something and asked directly, "What about Zhongzhou State? What's Zhongzhou State's attitude towards Samsara Palace?" He looked at Zhuang Huayang with calm eyes, but there was a looming sharpness behind the calmness. Kill. Zhuang Huayang looked into Li Tianlan's eyes without flinching, as if he wanted to see his heart. Zhongzhou State has reached a resolution at the last high-level meeting to completely list Samsara Palace as a hostile force of Zhongzhou State. Kunlun City has launched a hunting order against the 12 supermasters of Samsara Palace, Qin Weibai, and all the people of Samsara Palace, and it has been issued to all the special warfare agencies inside and outside Zhongzhou State. This hunting order will also be issued to the mission systems of the Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy in the near future. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Tribulation, with a pale face, looked down at the ground under his feet, as if he had fallen asleep. Zhuang Huayang looked at Li Tianlan, looking a little nervous. He wasn't afraid of anything, but the nervousness mixed with worry and love. Everyone felt sorry for Li Tianlan's death, but they couldn't say anything. But now Li Tianlan was alive. With his entanglement with Samsara Palace, what would he think of Zhongzhou State's attitude towards Samsara Palace? Li Tianlan's foundation was now completely ruined, but he still had unlimited potential. It sounded like a tragedy to recultivate twice, but once Li Tianlan was allowed to rise again in this case, his achievements would be completely limitless. Zhuang Huayang really didn't want such a genius to part ways with Zhongzhou State. But even heroes had a weakness for beauties. Li Tianlan was not a hero. Qin Weibai was not an ordinary beauty either. Tianlan, Zhongzhou State's loss this time is too heavy. What Samsara Palace did this time directly hurt the vitality of Zhongzhou State's special warfare system. Whether from a face or a practical point of view, we can only be enemies with Samsara Palace. We won't stop until one of us is dead, and there's no turning back. Zhuang Huayang's voice was getting lower and lower. He looked at Li Tianlan, and his tone seemed to be both comforting and warning. Li Tianlan still didn't speak. Zhuang Huayang became more and more uneasy. In fact, Samsara Palace's betrayal this time also brought considerable trouble to the academics. Because in the past few years, the cooperation between Zhongzhou State and Samsara Palace had always been secretly led by the academics. Samsara Palace's betrayal had a great impact on the reputation of the entire academics, especially President Li Huaqing of Zhongzhou State, who was extremely embarrassed and passive in this incident. When Kunlun City was the first to propose revenge against Samsara Palace, in order to reverse the passive situation, the academics was the first to express support. Then the Southeast Group seconded, the Prince Group seconded, the North Group had no opinion, and even the Giant Group acquiesced to the result of this matter. But now, Li Tianlan was alive. The problem suddenly became a little complicated. Everyone knew the deep love between Li Tianlan and Qin Weibai. But now Li Tianlan was the young governor of Sai City. After Samsara Palace parted ways with Zhongzhou State, the academics, which was not strong in the special warfare system, paid more attention to the cooperation with Sai City. If Li Tianlan's attitude toward Samsara Palace could not be consistent with that of Zhongzhou State, the relationship between the academics and Sai City would immediately become subtle. Zhuang Huayang suddenly thought of something and said casually, Tianlan, when Zhongzhou State decided to pursue and retaliate against Samsara Palace, the leading cadre also asked for Senior Li's opinion, and Senior Li seemed to support it. After all, Li Honghe was the former war god of Zhongzhou State, and this time he made a great contribution at the border. It was completely reasonable to ask for his opinion. Zhuang Huayang mentioned Li Honghe. It also vaguely reminded Li Tianlan not to forget the Li family and his origin. Li Tianlan glanced at Zhuang Huayang. An indifferent and calm look. Zhuang Huayang felt cold all over his body for no reason. What's Zhongzhou State's attitude toward me? Li Tianlan asked. There seemed to be a storm gathering between his calm eyebrows, which was so oppressive that people could not breathe. You're the young governor of Sai City. You're the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State. Zhongzhou State is satisfied with you. If you hadn't turned the tide at the last minute, the situation would have been worse this time. Even Sword Emperor Wang Tianzong would have been in danger. You've made a contribution to Zhongzhou State. Everyone is very happy that you can come back. Zhuang Huayang said without hesitation. He said a lot, but in fact it sounded like he didn't say anything. This was not bullshit. This was the legendary official tone. Li Tianlan smiled, full of sarcasm. What I said is true. Zhuang Huayang braced himself, but his smile was a little bitter. It's no exaggeration to describe your contribution this time. The Academy gave the East Emperor Palace a one-time reward of 100,000 credits. At present, Zhongzhou State is studying the level of the East Emperor Palace. It's very likely to completely cancel the level of the East Emperor Palace and let you develop freely. That is to say, if there is no accident, as long as you want, you can graduate from the Sky Academy in advance. Oh, no accident? Li Tianlan asked. Zhuang Huayang spread his hands, and his expression became more and more helpless. Obviously, he knew that there must be an accident in this matter. If Li Tianlan died, there would be no accident. But now Li Tianlan was alive. Neither the Wang family of Beihai nor Kunlun City could let Li Tianlan have a force that could develop freely now, nor could they let him graduate in advance. There are two more things, Li Tianlan said calmly. Zhongzhou State retaliated against the Samsara Palace, which could definitely be regarded as a major event in the special warfare system. But what were the other two things? Well, tribulation broke through the invincible realm. Leading cadre thinks it's time for Sai City to take more responsibility. More responsibility meant more power. If Sai City, which had two invincible realm experts, still defended Mount Taibai as usual, it was indeed a little inappropriate. But Li Tianlan didn't think it had much to do with him. He was now the young governor, not the governor. What was the use of discussing with him about the overall road and future planning of Sai City? I don't seem to be in charge of this kind of thing, do I? Li Tianlan asked directly. But you're in the Sky Academy, Zhuang Huayang said with a smile. Li Tianlan froze for a moment, and then understood. He was in the Sky Academy. Then Tribulation couldn't leave here. After he killed evil, Tribulation would become the only assassin of the invincible realm in the dark world. So his current position was undoubtedly a waste of talent. Zhuang Huayang talked to him about this matter, essentially to test his plan. He had 100,000 credits in hand, and the next 3 years of absenteeism would not deduct 1/10 of it. If he had other plans and didn't intend to continue to attend classes, it would be meaningless for Tribulation to stay here. The academics was now cooperating with Psi City. From the perspective of the academics, it was in their best interest for Tribulation to leave the Sky Academy for a more important position. Zhuang Huayang should have been talking to Tribulation about this before, but his martial uncle seemed to have known that he would come back, so he had not made a clear statement. Understanding this, Li Tianlan nodded without hesitation and said, "If I can't graduate in advance, I'll ask for a long vacation." Zhuang Huayang nodded and said calmly, "I'll personally approve your leave." "The third thing?" Li Tianlan asked again. "The third thing is the battle for the position of General of 9 Regions, Spirit Tortoise." Zhuang Huayang rubbed his temples, as if he had a headache. There are only a few candidates at present, and there is a big debate. Jiang Shan has now resigned from his position in the Terracotta Army. The new Spirit Tortoise has demands in all aspects. Since you're here, I can ask for your opinion. It has something to do with me? Li Tianlan looked at Zhuang Huayang, a little surprised. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Spirit Tortoise. The most neutral general of 4 spirits in Zhongzhou State controlled the most mysterious Terracotta Army in Zhongzhou State. He already knew that Jiang Shan, the general of 9 regions with the code name Spirit Tortoise, was going to retire when he was in Changdao. And he also knew the candidates for this position: Wang Shengxiao, Gu Hanshan, and Jiang Shangyu. The 4 leaders inside the Terracotta Army had obviously entered the rhythm of replacing the old with the new. Finding a relatively young person to join their leadership team was conducive to the smooth transition of the Terracotta Army in the future. But Li Tianlan didn't think he could intervene in this matter. If his strength was still there, he could compete with the 3 candidates. But now, his foundation was completely destroyed, and he had to start from scratch. How could he make any waves? The position of Spirit Tortoise. Was this part of the greater responsibility that Psi City had to bear? It has something to do with the people around you. Zhuang Huayang shook his head. He was silent for a while and said softly, "At present, the 2 most competitive people have something to do with you. One is Li Wangsheng, and the other is Su Chu. If there is no accident, the new Spirit Tortoise will be produced between these 2 people. Who do you prefer? Li Wangsheng? Su Chu?" This was definitely an unexpected answer. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. Wang Shengxiao and Gu Hanshan? Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai will have more important goals in the near future. They will give up the competition for Spirit Tortoise. The position of Spirit Tortoise is a bargaining chip for them to win the support of the academics. Zhuang Huayang said. Li Tianlan stood up and walked out of the window. Outside the window, it was already night. The night was dark. Li Tianlan looked at the darkness outside the window. After a long time he nodded and said, "I see." He didn't ask about the so-called goals of Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai, nor did he express his position. He just simply said, "I see." This was his attitude. No attitude was also an attitude. Don't you want to know what Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai are planning? The future of their cooperation this time is uncertain. But if the news of your resurrection gets out, it will promote their cooperation faster. I'm tired. Li Tianlan interrupted Zhuang Huayang. "I don't want to think about these problems now." Zhuang Huayang opened his mouth and suddenly felt that he had nothing to say. Bang. The door of the office was violently pushed open from the outside. The 3 of them turned their heads at the same time. In their sight, Wang Yuetong, the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai, stood outside the door. She seemed to come in a hurry. When she appeared outside the door, her long hair was a little messy and her breathing was a little rapid. Li Tianlan was stunned where he was. Wang Yuetong also looked at Li Tianlan in a daze. She tried to open her eyes wide to look at the man in front of her. All kinds of intense emotions kept changing in her eyes. Surprise, confusion, uneasiness, and trance. Her vision began to blur. Her eyes were full of dense water vapor. Senior brother Tianlan. Wang Yuetong called out weakly and slowly walked to Li Tianlan, as if she couldn't believe it was true. Long time no see. Li Tianlan smiled dryly. Wang Yuetong hesitated and reached out her hand. Finally, she threw herself into Li Tianlan's arms and hugged him tightly. Her delicate body trembled. A warm and fragrant body fell into his arms. It was very familiar, but not the feeling he wanted. Or rather, not what he wanted most. His body stiffened. Wang Yuetong felt this change, and her heart suddenly ached. Chapter 269. Hanyu Palace was still Hanyu Palace. However, few people knew that this exquisite and luxurious palace built in Huading by the Jiang family of South America had changed owners. Now it had become the headquarters of East Emperor Palace. This was the headquarters that Qin Weibai had seized from the Jiang family of South America and given to Li Tianlan. Ironically, although Li Tianlan knew the existence of this place, he had never been here before he came back from Changdao. What was even more ridiculous was that the woman who gave him this place had nothing to do with him anymore. Li Tianlan did not laugh. It had been nearly a week since he reappeared in the sight of everyone in Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan had been living here, but he had not laughed once. The news that he was still alive had spread all over Zhongzhou State in a few days. The special warfare system of Zhongzhou State had also become noisy and lively, especially in the two special warfare academies, the Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy, which caused an uproar. But the East Emperor Palace was extremely calm. Yu Donglai was still in charge of the headquarters of the East Emperor Palace. On the day Li Tianlan came back, after the initial surprise and excitement, the people of the East Emperor Palace just gathered together for a drink. The turbulent general trend and the bizarre resurrection seemed to be over. As Yu Donglai said, everything was not important. The most important thing was to be alive. After the Battle of Changdao, the East Emperor Palace had formed a very close team. After the test of life and death, they had a tacit understanding. Li Beitian, Ning Qiancheng, Su Chu, Du Hanin, Yu Qingyan, Yi Huayu, and Li Tianlan. Among the 7, 5 of them were among the top 10 experts of the young generation. Such a luxurious team meant that the East Emperor Palace would have amazing potential and explosive power in the future. Everyone could be sure that if the East Emperor Palace did not disband, it would become a real behemoth in the special warfare system of the empire in 10 years at most. Its future was limitless. This was the most eye-catching young organization. No one denied their future achievements. What they needed most now was growth. Only cultivation could grow. The young people of the East Emperor Palace knew what they needed to do most. The East Emperor Palace, which already had 100,000 credits, needed the most powerful strength to support it no matter what happened in the future. So everyone was cultivating and even gave up part of the courses of the Sky Academy. Except for Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan did not cultivate. It was the 6th day since he came back from the Sky Academy. He seldom spoke or moved. There was an artificial lake built around the main building in the East Emperor Palace. The lake was clear and surrounded by green grass. It became Li Tianlan's favorite place. During the day, he would sit there and watch the lake. At night, he would sit there and look at the starry sky. The lake water was clear. The starry sky was vast. Everything was beautiful. But Li Tianlan became quieter and quieter. That amazing and perfect demeanor after his resurrection began to fade away. His entire person became more and more ordinary. In such a state, he seemed to have completely given up on martial arts and all his fighting spirit. There was only silence left in him. It was quiet day after day. However, the whole Zhongzhou state became turbulent because of the news that Li Tianlan was still alive. Yu Donglai, who had been silent for several days, looked at Li Tianlan, who was getting quieter and quieter. Finally, he could not help but ask the question in his heart. What the hell are you thinking about? When Yu Donglai asked this question, it was already night in Huading. The starlight in early autumn was the most flourishing. The sky was full of starlight, the gentle lake water, and the main building, which was mostly made of glass, were all emitting a faint light. There was no light in the East Emperor Palace. There was only starlight around. Li Tianlan sat quietly on the grass, feeling the starlight and the running water. He seemed to be immersed in this inextricable rhythm. Yu Donglai interrupted his enjoyment. His voice was a little cold, angry, and disappointed. "I'm not thinking about anything." Li Tianlan glanced at Yu Donglai and whispered, "It's good to be in a daze like this. That's the best." "You don't even think about the Li family?" Yu Donglai sneered. His old eyes narrowed, and there was a sharp light in his pupils. "This is your East Emperor Palace, your foundation. Li Beitian and Ning Qiancheng are all fighting desperately. What have you been doing these days? I don't see any fighting spirit in you. Why? Do you want to give up after your foundation is ruined?" He took a step forward and looked at Li Tianlan condescendingly. "If you are really like this, what's the point of us staying here? It's meaningful." Li Tianlan said indifferently. "You're in a daze like this and you're too lazy to move every day. Is that meaningful?" Yu Donglai's face was full of sarcasm. He couldn't be blamed for losing his composure. As one of the sacred guards who followed Li Honghe, the old man had indescribable feelings for the Li family. His children were also buried in the desolate border because of Li Guangtu's treason case. For many years, Yu Donglai had suppressed too many emotions in his heart. When he gradually became numb to these emotions, Li Tianlan, who had the wind and thunder veins, appeared in his life. Yu Donglai now regarded Li Tianlan as all his hope. He hoped to see the Li family shine again in Li Tianlan's hands. He hoped to see Li Tianlan avenge his children who were buried in the desolate border. But what he saw now was Li Tianlan's decadence. Every year, he sat by the lake half dead. What was that? It's meaningful to be in a daze. Li Tianlan said softly. His tone was soft and firm. "Don't worry, Senior Yu. I know what I'm doing." Yu Donglai frowned. In the past few days, Li Tianlan's state had made him extremely uneasy. He simply sat down beside Li Tianlan and said in a low voice, "What's your plan?" "I'm hesitant. I'm trying to find a path that suits me." Li Tianlan's tone was calm. "The world is quiet." Yu Donglai looked at Li Tianlan in astonishment. "What do you mean?" "We can hear voices, the sound of flowing water, all kinds of music, explosions, collisions. We can hear these just because our position is too low. If we stand on a high place and look down from a very high position, the surging sea and the shaking rivers and mountains are all quiet. This is the essence of the world." Li Tianlan's voice became more and more light. Yu Donglai's expression gradually became serious. He looked at Li Tianlan and waited for him to continue. "But what if it's higher?" Li Tianlan sat there quietly. His voice was very calm, but Yu Donglai clearly felt a kind of fanaticism. "We stand on a very high place and look at the mountains and seas. They are all quiet. What if it's higher? Higher and higher. No matter how vast the mountains and seas are, they will eventually become nothingness. So above the quiet, there is nothingness." "What the hell are you talking about?" Yu Donglai had a headache. "Let's talk about my martial arts." For the first time in a few days, Li Tianlan smiled without any emotion. "After the Battle of Changdao, I directly entered the invincible realm. At that time, I stood at a very high place in martial arts. So whether it was the ice, the raging fire, or the thunderbolt, they were all quiet in my eyes. They were pictures that were so quiet that they were almost frozen. Those pictures were like paper. When I used my sword, no matter if they were in the thunder-shocking realm or the chi-controlling realm, they were all non-entities. Then I saw the fight between deity and Wang Tianzong. From the beginning to the end, the two of them didn't show their real bodies. It was just two sword-intense fighting. What was more ridiculous was that no one could see through them from the beginning to the end. Even at that time, there was a considerable gap between me and the two of them." Li Tianlan said quietly. His eyes were firm and clear. "So at that time, I understood that the quiet was not the ultimate of martial arts. Above the quiet, to the highest position, everything will become nothingness. The light and the shadow of the sword, the light and the darkness, are all nothingness. This was the real road of the heavenly sun. But there was a trace of hesitation and confusion in Li Tianlan's eyes. But if everything is nothingness, then what are the four realms of martial arts? What are they? Yu Donglai didn't notice Li Tianlan's tone and asked subconsciously. I'm thinking about it too, Li Tianlan said softly. When I figure it out, I can really start over. Yu Donglai smiled bitterly. He finally understood Li Tianlan's problem. It was not the disheartedness after his foundation was completely destroyed, but his doubts about the current martial arts concept. If the high point of martial arts was nothingness, then what were the four realms of martial arts? No matter what it was, it would not be the four realms of martial arts. Li Tianlan was the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State, and he had seen the high point of martial arts. Now he began to doubt the four realms of martial arts, which could only mean one thing. The road of the four realms of martial arts could not reach the end he saw. Was the end he saw, the nothingness he saw wrong, or the current four realms of martial arts was wrong? Yu Donglai sighed deeply. He used to be at the peak of the thundershocking realm, which was far from the level where he saw the world as a quiet place. He couldn't help Li Tianlan with such a problem. A phone suddenly rang. Yu Donglai took out his mobile phone and answered the phone, saying hello. The person on the other end of the phone said something. Yu Donglai looked at Li Tianlan with a puzzled face. It's the phone of the security room at the door. Who is Li Wangsheng? Looking for you? Li Tianlan was stunned, and then said, It's my brother. Let him in. Yu Donglai nodded, said something to the phone, and then put away his mobile phone. The security room was a temporary facility of East Emperor Palace. During the months when Li Tianlan was in Changdao, Wang Yuetong took care of everything here. The Jiang family of South America handed Hanyu Palace over to Qin Weibai, and Qin Weibai handed it over to Li Tianlan. Neither of them would leave anything or arrange anything in terms of security. Wang Yuetong hired a group of security guards and temporarily placed them at the door. In addition, a large area of East Emperor Palace was being renovated. The training ground, shooting range, and leisure area had begun to take shape. Wang Yuetong obviously wanted to leave some traces of herself here. Yu Donglai saw all her actions, but he didn't say anything. Li Wangsheng. This name is a bit familiar. Yu Donglai repeated it a few times and suddenly said, Now he is the close guard of the president. Li Tianlan remembered the words of his grandfather and headmaster Zhuang Huayang, and said casually, He is also one of the candidates for Spirit Tortoise in Zhongzhou State. Grandpa recommended him to the president when he went to the border some time ago. Yu Donglai nodded knowingly. His eyes were a little complicated and sad. Li Honghe's battle at the border was not a secret at all. Yu Donglai also got the news from different channels. He was silent for a while and then whispered, His Highness is now in Lonely Mountain in Linen. Li Tianlan nodded. Is there any special reaction from Zhongzhou State? No reaction. Yu Donglai's tone was solemn and depressed. No reaction didn't mean there was no special reaction. On the contrary, no reaction was the most special. The Li family would only live for itself in the future. Li Honghe took the remnants of the Li family out of the border blatantly, went to Linen, and occupied Lonely Mountain by the West Lake in a domineering and almost unreasonable way. Zhongzhou State had no reaction to this. Whether it was Kunlun City, the Wang family of Beihai, or the Prince Group, they didn't say much, as if they didn't know about this at all. Li Tianlan was silent, and the whole person seemed to be quieter. A military off-road vehicle drove in from the direction of the gate of East Emperor Palace. The vehicle stopped near Li Tianlan, and the door opened. In the night, a young man who looked 24 or 25 years old got out of the car with a suitcase. A very honest young man. This was Yu Donglai's first impression. The young man was not tall, and his appearance was ordinary. He looked a little dull. He walked to Li Tianlan, and his eyes were full of joy. He heard the news that Li Tianlan died in Changdao, and he heard the news that Li Tianlan came back to life. He was excited and surprised. Now, standing in front of Li Tianlan, the young man scratched his head, and a very sincere and shy smile appeared on his dull face. He whispered, "Young master, sit down." Li Tianlan smiled and patted the grass beside him. The young man seemed to be not good at talking, and he sat down beside Li Tianlan honestly. This is Li Wangxing, Aunt Qingye's son. Li Tianlan simply introduced. This is Senior Yu Donglai, Grandpa's close guard. Li Wangxing scratched his head again, and his dull face was a little reserved. Greetings, Senior Yu. Qingye's son. Yu Donglai looked a little emotional. Qingye of the Li family was one of the most outstanding women in the young generation of the Li family. Yu Donglai even served as Qingye's immediate superior for a while. But now, in the blink of an eye, the son of the young generation at that time had grown up. Yu Donglai nodded with a smile, and said nothing more. What's in the suitcase? Li Tianlan looked at the suitcase in Li Wangxing's hand. Fragments. Li Wangxing's tone was simple and serious. He hesitated, opened the suitcase, and sent it to Li Tianlan. Starlight and moonlight shrouded the lightless East Emperor Palace. In the faint light, some broken silver metal pieces in the suitcase were emitting a dim, almost imperceptible light. Fragments of the infinite sky? Li Tianlan was silent for a while and asked softly. Yu Donglai's face suddenly changed. The murderous weapon Infinite Sky. The murderous weapon of the Li family that was smashed at the border with the treason case 19 years ago. His Highness had been at the border for many years, but he only found these fragments? Yes. Li Wangxing scratched his head. When I came out, so many things hadn't happened yet. At that time, Grandpa Li asked me to give this to you. He asked you to have a chance to give these to the Dongqing clan. He said that the Dongqing clan could be completely trusted. Li Tianlan was silent for a long time before he closed the suitcase in his hand. Li Wangxing looked at him, his eyes very focused. From childhood to adulthood, Li Tianlan and he had a very good friendship, but they didn't communicate much with each other. Li Wangxing was not good with words, and Li Tianlan was not a talkative person. Most of the friendship between the two was built by learning from each other along the way. Li Wangxing was no match for Li Tianlan, but he was the only young man in the Li family who could keep up with Li Tianlan's pace. Even when Li Tianlan was at his peak, he didn't leave Li Wangxing too far behind. Such a figure, when Wang Shengxiao, Gu Hanshan, and Jiang Shangyu withdrew from the Battle of Spirit Tortoise, Li Wangxing was definitely the most suitable candidate for Spirit Tortoise in Zhongzhou State. And perhaps in the eyes of the academics, Li Wangxing was more suitable than Su Chu. What specific arrangements does the president have for you? Li Tianlan patted the suitcase beside him and looked at Li Wangxing. Terracotta Army. Li Wangxing was silent for a while before he replied in a muffled voice. Li Tianlan nodded and said, Good position. I'll listen to you, young master. Li Wangxing smiled and said in a sincere tone. Li Tianlan said yes, put the suitcase beside him, and said with a smile, Go to rest and leave tomorrow morning. No. Young master. Li Wangxing hesitated and shook his head. I have to rush back to Yuzhou overnight. The president has been under a lot of pressure recently. He often has meetings, and there are foreign affairs activities tomorrow. I have to be there. Li Tianlan said yes. Okay. In the night, Li Wangxing stood up, and his dull face seemed to be a little hesitant. He didn't hesitate to tell Li Tianlan anything, but he didn't have clear information, and he was afraid to say it now to mislead the young master. But after hesitating he still said, Young master, be careful recently. It is said that the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City are very close, and you, well, be careful. Li Tianlan lowered his head. In the darkness, his eyes were deep and silent, bottomless. Got it, he said. It's okay. Li Wangxing took a deep look at him, nodded, and turned to get in the car and left. Until the car went far away, Yu Donglai frowned. I seem to have heard some rumors recently. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City are getting closer and closer. They seem to want to change the pattern of the special warfare system together. Even if they don't aim at you, I'm afraid you will become the main factor. Grandpa is still here. Li Tianlan said faintly, They dare not act rashly. They definitely don't dare to attack you directly, but if they join hands to change the situation and squeeze your living space in the future, what can His Highness say? Yu Donglai smiled bitterly. It's okay. Li Tianlan said calmly. These shouldn't be my concerns now. Now I'm a useless person. What can I do? Let the outside world go. The most important thing now is to see my future path clearly. Only watch himself, not the world. Li Honghe was still there, so he didn't need to worry about the Li family. Tribulation had broken through to the invincible realm, so he didn't need to worry about Sai City. Samsara Palace. Li Tianlan's face turned pale. How could he worry about Qin Weibai, who had nothing to do with him? Li Tianlan closed his eyes, feeling the tearing pain and anger in his chest. After a long time he took a deep breath, and his eyes became quiet again. Yu Donglai had gotten up and left at some point. Li Tianlan sat quietly alone, with only the gentle lake water and the bright starlight in front of him. Suddenly the wind blew. The crisp sound of bells could be heard in the wind. Wang Yuetong walked over in the night, wearing a simple white t-shirt, jeans, canvas shoes, and a ponytail. She looked extremely youthful. She was holding the golden retriever she gave to Li Tianlan. The golden retriever had grown up a lot in a few months. The bell tied around its neck jingled in the night wind. Senior brother. Wang Yuetong walked to Li Tianlan, her voice sweet and gentle, like the night wind. You've been sitting for a day. Go and have a rest. She squatted down beside Li Tianlan and said softly, I'm not tired. Li Tianlan looked at Wang Yuetong and said softly, Go to sleep first. The young man and woman, who had been close enough to sleep in the same bed, still looked close these days. But as Li Tianlan became quieter and quieter, there seemed to be a clear estrangement between them. Wang Yuetong didn't know what was going on. She only felt wronged. Li Tianlan, on the other hand, was confused. I'll stay here with you. Wang Yuetong forced a smile and said softly, No need. Li Tianlan looked at the lake water in front of him and said softly, I'll be alone. The night wind blew the hair in front of Wang Yuetong's forehead. Her face was a little pale, and her eyes were sad. Then, I'll let the baby stay with you. She lowered her head and looked at the golden retriever in her hand. The golden retriever whimpered and lay down beside Li Tianlan, its tail gently sweeping Wang Yuetong's calf. Okay. Li Tianlan nodded with a smile. Wang Yuetong was silent for a while, looked at Li Tianlan seriously, and finally turned to leave. Her figure was enchanting and beautiful, but she looked a little absent-minded. The phone rang suddenly. Wang Yuetong took out her mobile phone and looked at the number. Her face suddenly changed and she didn't dare to answer it for a while. The phone rang calmly and patiently. Wang Yuetong's face was pale, and her fingers began to tremble. She hesitated to answer the phone, put it to her ear, and didn't dare to speak for a while. Yuetong. A gentle and calm male voice sounded on the phone. Wang Yuetong looked more and more panicked, and even cried miserably, Dad. Wang Tianzong, the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State, who had let his daughter stay with Li Tianlan, finally called Wang Yuetong's mobile phone. Go home. Wang Tianzong said indifferently, You're not fit to stay in Huading anymore. Do you want me to pick you up in person? Wang Yuetong bit her lip and stubbornly refused to make a sound. She turned her head and looked at the night when she came. The night was gentle. Li Tianlan still sat there quietly. The golden retriever lay beside him, gently wagging its tail. Chapter 270. The shock caused by Li Tianlan's return to Zhongzhou State had not subsided. Instead, as time went by, the atmosphere in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State became more and more tense. All the topics about Li Tianlan began to become more and more popular. With his return, the whole Zhongzhou State had a sign of the coming storm. All this was not because of Li Tianlan's strength or even his talent. It was because of his identity. Just because of his identity. He was the heir of the Li family and the grandson of Li Honghe. This identity was like a mirror. Standing in Zhongzhou State, he could clearly reflect the foundation of Kunlun City, the doubts of the treason case, the meaning of the silence of the Wang family of Beihai, and the firm position of Sai City over the years. This was a very embarrassing thing. Kunlun City didn't want to see Li Tianlan, because they stepped on the wreckage of the Li family to climb to their current position. Anyone of the Li family would be instinctively regarded as a threat. The Wang family of Beihai didn't want to see Li Tianlan either, because their silence, no matter right or wrong, had proved the correctness of their silence over the years. More than 20 years ago, the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family jointly supported the southeast group of the empire. Now the Wang family of Beihai was supreme in the southeast group. So Li Tianlan's appearance was also a threat to the Wang family of Beihai. But now Li Tianlan was famous in the dark world. And he was the young governor of Sai City. If he died in Changdao, that would be the perfect ending. But he didn't die now. After his miraculous resurrection, his identity suddenly pushed the Wang family of Beihai and Sai City into a situation where no one was willing to act rashly. So the Li family only lived for itself. Li Tianlan was also the young governor of Sai City. The most important thing was that Li Tianlan had become the hero of the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City were ready to move, but they didn't. Li Tianlan didn't move either. So the atmosphere in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State became more and more tense. For the time being, not many people knew Li Tianlan's current state. People's impression of him always stayed at the last moment of the final battle of Changdao. In that state, Li Tianlan controlled the resources of Sai City and the remaining light of the Li family. Although he was still far behind Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai, at least he had the power to fight. Everyone was waiting for Li Tianlan's move. As soon as he made a move, the greatest upheaval in the imperial special warfare system in the past 20 years would begin. Li Tianlan was moving. The so-called movement was nothing more than that he didn't sit by the lake, but wandered around the East Emperor Palace casually. Now the East Emperor Palace, which still had the sign of Hanyu Palace, was not large. It covered an area of nearly 200 acres, but it was exquisite everywhere. Flowers, trees, pavilions, terraces, and towers were in picturesque disorder. Li Tianlan walked in it all day, and the change of his whole person became more and more obvious. Everyone could feel this change. Li Tianlan became more and more ordinary. The calmness that calmed people's hearts began to disappear from him. Dressed in white, he walked among the flowers and plants, but he floated like a speck of dust. He was so small and silent that everyone almost completely ignored him. His temperament became more and more illusory every day. He stood there and could be seen by everyone, but people just couldn't focus on him. Illusory. Li Tianlan was still thinking and trying. He didn't know whether his change was good or bad, but he was sure that as long as there was a change, it was always good. It had been half a month since he came back from the Sky Academy. Li Tianlan's physical state didn't improve at all. There were more and more paths in front of him. So many that he didn't know which one was right. Thinking, testing, and choosing, his heart was still calm. And he didn't seem to be anxious at all. Time passed slowly. The early autumn gradually passed. When the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, Su Chu, who had been staying in the East Emperor Palace and only occasionally went to the Sky Academy to attend classes, found Li Tianlan and looked a little bashful. Li Tianlan's state of mind seemed to really become peaceful. Looking at Su Chu, who had a determined face in the past, he couldn't help laughing and joking. "Brother Su, what are you doing? Are you shy to say it? Your body shape has nothing to do with this word." Su Chu scratched his head. He was tall and majestic. Standing in front of Li Tianlan, who was becoming more and more illusory, he looked like a giant. "Young master, Aunt Bai wants to see you. She's on her way now." Su Chu hesitated and said in a deep voice, "Aunt Bai?" Li Tianlan didn't respond for a while. Before he came back, the East Emperor Palace had an endless stream of visitors. But since he came back, all the visitors suddenly disappeared without a trace. This could also show how much waves his appearance had brought to Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan didn't care about these. He just felt that it was good to be quiet. Now hearing such a title from Su Chu's mouth, he subconsciously felt a little confused. "Secretary Bai Qingqian, it was Aunt Bai who asked me to come to young master," Su Chu said softly. Bai Qingqian was the leader of Guangdong Province, an extraordinary woman in the political circle of Zhongzhou State, and also the backbone of the giant group of Zhongzhou State. The corner of Li Tianlan's mouth twitched. For him, the most important identity of Aunt Bai was the wife of Marshal Dongqing Wudi, and the mother of Dongqing Rushi. Li Tianlan thought of the marriage contract that he had almost subconsciously forgotten, and suddenly had a headache. But a headache was a headache. Since she was here, he couldn't ignore her. He looked at Su Chu and asked, "Where is she?" In the bleak autumn wind in the morning, he turned around and said slowly, "Come with me to pick her up." "We're almost there." Su Chu followed Li Tianlan and said in a low voice, "When Aunt Bai called me, she was about 10 kilometers away from here." Li Tianlan nodded and walked to the door. "Where are you going, Tianlan?" Another voice rang out behind the two of them. Ning Qiancheng walked over. Compared with Su Chu, he was much more direct. "I just received a call from Marshall. Marshall wants to come over and sit down. He'll be here soon." Although there was more than one Marshall in Zhengzhou State, there was only one Marshall in Ning Qiancheng's mouth. Li Tianlan looked at Su Chu, who had a strange expression, and then at Ning Qiancheng. He couldn't help but ask, "Marshall came by himself?" "Yes." Ning Qiancheng said casually, "Marshall has a meeting in Yuzhou in the evening, so he came to Huading to see you in advance." Li Tianlan and Su Chu looked at each other. Dongcheng Wudi. By Qingqian. Why did this couple come at the same time? Did they make an appointment in advance? Li Tianlan thought of his marriage contract with Dongqing Rushi again, and only felt great pressure. He waved his hand helplessly and said, "Let's go and welcome them together. Where's Senior Yu?" Grandpa and Qingyan went out. Ning Qiancheng called him Grandpa naturally. Now he slept with Yu Qingyan in the same room under the eyes of Yu Donglai. The future of this young couple was completely determined. Li Tianlan nodded, squinted, and walked directly to the gate of East Emperor Palace. Bai Qingqian, his future mother-in-law, who he had never contacted, came with unknown intentions. But the arrival of Dongqing Wudi was enough to make him realize something. It had been a month since he appeared in the Sky Academy. Although East Emperor Palace lived a life similar to isolation, the outside world was doomed to be restless. Now that Dongqing Wudi came here, some arguments in the outside world had basically come to a clear conclusion. Li Tianlan was expressionless. He knew very well that this result would not be good for him and the East Emperor Palace. "Did Marshall say anything on the phone?" Li Tianlan suddenly asked. "No." Ning Qiancheng walked beside him, shook his head, and said casually, "But I can guess it. It's mostly about your marriage with Rushi." "So Marshall and Secretary Bai came together?" Li Tianlan gave a wry smile. "Madam also came?" Ning Qiancheng looked surprised. Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian bumped into each other. Obviously, Ning Qiancheng did not know whether it was a coincidence or deliberate. They're forcing you to take a stand. Tianlan, what are you going to do?" "I have no plan." Li Tianlan told the truth. Grandpa said that Dongqing clan could be trusted. But Li Tianlan did not know whether he should believe Dongqing Rushi or not. On the night when he and Dongqing Rushi performed a reconnaissance mission together in Changdao, the moment they were exposed, Li Tianlan wasn't sure whether Dongqing Rushi wanted to kill him or not. But he was sure that when everything in Changdao was about to end, the woman in white who pierced his heart with a sword also had a red crystal-clear dagger on her waist. She could not understand these things. If she could not understand, she would not think about it. If she did not think about it, she naturally had no plan. So for the couple who were about to come to East Emperor Palace, no matter where they were, Li Tianlan did not have much resistance in his heart, but he did not have many thoughts of welcoming them. The three came to the gate of East Emperor Palace in silence, and looked at the smooth and clean road outside. It was quiet on the road. Occasionally, some yellowed leaves fell to the ground with the wind, making a slight sound. In front of the gate of East Emperor Palace, the security guards temporarily hired by Wang Yuetong from the labor market had begun to change shifts. Seeming to feel something, Li Tianlan instinctively turned his head. In his sight, two seemingly ordinary security guards took over the security guards on duty and walked into the duty room. One was tall and the other was short, one fat and one thin. Seeming to notice Li Tianlan's gaze, the two nodded to Li Tianlan and showed a somewhat flattering smile. The slightly fat security guard even tilted his hat when he raised his hand to salute, which looked a little funny. Li Tianlan did not smile. His eyes suddenly became clear and deep, looking very strange. At this moment, his whole person seemed to have completely disappeared, leaving only a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. "What's wrong?" Ning Qiancheng noticed Li Tianlan's movement, and looked along his line of sight. He just saw the 2 security guards walk into the duty room. Ning Qianqing couldn't help laughing. Yuetong is a fool. I have investigated these security guards. There are 12 of them, all of whom Yuetong brought from the labor market. Each of them bragged that they were retired from the special forces, and Yuetong really believed them. But in fact, among the 12 people, only one is a real veteran of the special forces, and one has military service experience in a third-rate force. The other 9 are ordinary people. I asked Hoang to check their backgrounds in detail. These people are fine and have no bad records, so I didn't tell Yuetong and kept them all. Yuetong still doesn't know what's going on. If you think about it, you can understand. How can there be so many retired special forces soldiers in the labor market? Li Tianlan gently raised the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gradually calmed down. The labor market? He asked softly. Yes. Ning Qianqing nodded casually. He looked at Li Tianlan and suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Tianlan smiled and didn't say anything. Problem? It was more than a problem. He entered the invincible realm in Changdao and came back to life in Zhongzhou state. Now his martial arts realm was almost 0, but after his nirvana rebirth, his perception was incredibly sharp. The 2 security guards on duty last night were indeed fine. But when the 2 who had just changed shifts came over, Li Tianlan instinctively felt a vague but strong sense of oppression. It was not hostility or killing intent, but a very natural sense of oppression. They hid it well. Li Tianlan even felt that if he stood in front of them before he went to Changdao, or even when he was in the thunder-shocking realm, he would hardly feel this sense of oppression. However, the acute senses he gained after he was reborn clearly reminded him of how strong the oppressive aura these 2 security guards gave off was. They were the security guards that Wang Yuetong had recruited from the labor market. But when did the whole dark world fall so low that even experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm had to work as security guards? And there were 2 of them at once? Who could afford such high-end security guards? Li Tianlan suddenly smiled. Chapter 271. Even if he was still in the invincible realm like when he was in Changdao, he would not really treat experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm as cabbages, not to mention that Li Tianlan had started from scratch. There was a natural chasm between the thunder-shocking realm and the invincible realm. The peak of the thunder-shocking realm was basically the end of martial arts for most geniuses. Such a person would be a well-deserved high-level figure in any force. No matter how bad he was, he would not come here to be a security guard. And there were only a few forces that could send 2 experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, and had connections with him. It might be the Jiang family of South America that had given up this place but still coveted it. It might also be the experts of the Wang family of Beihai, who saw Wang Yuetong hiring security guards and deliberately sneaked in. It might be Sai City, which stood aloof from worldly affairs but cared about him very much. It might also be Kunlun City, which had always been vigilant and wanted to kill him. Or Li Tianlan's eyes suddenly became a little dim. He turned around again and looked at the empty and straight road in his sight. No matter which force these 2 experts belonged to, Li Tianlan did not feel any hostility from them. If there was no hostility, then it was not an emergency that needed to be solved now. A black Audi slowly drove over from the east of the road. "Young master, they are coming." Su Chu's simple and honest voice sounded. This first senior brother of Jade Pool looked at the car in the distance with undisguised kindness and respect in his eyes. Li Tianlan subconsciously stood up straight. He was not nervous, but he did feel a little uncomfortable. The car drove at a constant speed and finally stopped in front of Li Tianlan, and the other 2. A woman under 30 years old got out of the driver's seat. She was not beautiful, but she was a very elegant woman. The woman's dress was very neutral, and her every move showed extremely rigorous cultivation and style. Su Chu quickly walked over and nodded at the woman. The woman who was about to open the door glanced at Su Chu and stood there with a smile. Su Chu opened the door and scratched his head with the other hand. He looked tough and resolute, but now he showed a simple and honest smile without any scheming. "Aunt Bai." He called her softly. A woman who looked at most in her early 30s got out of the car gently and patted Su Chu's arm with a smile. She said with a chuckle, "How is it? Are you used to living here?" "Adapt." Su Chu smiled honestly with some uneasiness. "Young master is very kind to me, but I didn't help him." "You are all still young," the woman said softly. "There's still a long way to go. I'll be of help one day." She turned her head and her eyes finally fell on Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan was also looking at her, the most brilliant woman in the political arena of Zhongzhou State in recent years. This was a woman who seemed to be born with a noble aura. She was graceful and luxurious. That kind of beauty could no longer be simply called beautiful, but a kind of beauty that made people feel awe. This was the first time Li Tianlan met Bai Qingqian. She was beautiful, elegant, dignified, noble, and calm. Her face had a beauty that didn't match her age. She was a little haggard, but she had a dignified air that came from being in a high position for a long time. Li Tianlan looked at her, lost in thought. He couldn't describe what he was feeling, but he instinctively felt that Aunt Bai, whom he had just met for the first time, was really familiar and kind. Because of familiarity and intimacy, everything about her was perfect. It was so perfect that he forgot to speak for a moment, and just looked at her quietly. Time seemed to freeze in this morning. Li Tianlan looked at Bai Qingqian. Bai Qingqian stared at Li Tianlan. Her eyes trembled with intense emotions, gentle and sad. The sound of a car horn broke the frozen atmosphere. An off-road vehicle with a military license plate came to the gate of East Emperor Palace from another direction. The door opened, and Dongqing Wudi, who was wearing a marshal's uniform, got out of the car. He stood straight, strong and iron-blooded. When he saw his wife, his face changed slightly, and then a bitter smile appeared on his clean face. Obviously, this collision was purely a coincidence, and the two didn't communicate with each other in advance. In fact, the two of them hadn't communicated with each other for a long time. Li Tianlan suddenly came to his senses. In his sight, the gaze was still gentle, so gentle that it made his heart tremble. Li Tianlan subconsciously looked away, avoiding Bai Qingqian, and looked at Dongqing Wudi, who was walking slowly over. He forced a smile and said hello. "Marshal, long time no see." "Long time no see." Dongqing Wudi stood beside Bai Qingqian with a bitter smile. "This is your Aunt Bai. You haven't seen her before. What a coincidence today." "Aunt Bai." Bai Qingqian looked at Dongqing Wudi's bitter smile, and her eyes were cold. "Aunt Bai." Li Tianlan's mouth moved, and he called her with some difficulty. He hadn't seen Secretary Bai before, but now standing in front of her, he instinctively wanted to get close to her, but he didn't dare to. Bai Qingqian's body trembled slightly. She struggled to smile and said softly, "I've always wanted to see you. How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Li Tianlan smiled, reached out to welcome the guest, and said with a smile, "Marshal Secretary, let's go in and talk." He turned around in a panic and went straight into the gate. For Dongqing Wudi, Li Tianlan only had respect and gratitude in his heart. But for Bai Qingqian, who he met for the first time, he felt pressure. The pressure was so gentle, but it made him so attached and panicked. Bai Qingqian looked at Li Tianlan's back quietly. She had 1,000 words in her heart, but she couldn't say a word. What could she say? She came here just to see. She could only see. Dongqing Wudi gave a dry cough and reached out to hold his wife's hand. Su Chu and Ning Qianqing were still there. Her secretary was also here. Bai Qingqian didn't make any drastic movements, but gently but firmly broke her hand from Dongqing Wudi's. Her movements were naturally delicate, slow, and cold. Wang Yuetong already knew that there were visitors, so when Li Tianlan led them into the living room, Wang Yuetong, dressed in casual home clothes, had already begun to make tea. She had just gotten up, and her face was bare. She looked pure and sweet, and her golden retriever, which had grown up a lot, was circling around her feet, looking very happy. Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian had long known that Wang Yuetong was living with Li Tianlan. The former's expression was calm, but the latter's eyes became more and more complicated when she saw this scene. "Marshal, Secretary Bai, welcome." Seeing Li Tianlan and the others come in, Wang Yuetong stood up with a smile. walked naturally to Li Tianlan, and said softly. This was the standard hostess's posture. Wang Yuetong already knew about the engagement between Li Tianlan and Dongqing Rushi. Now facing Dongqing Rushi's parents, she obviously wanted to defend something, or rather, protect something. So her posture was very natural, but because it was too natural, it looked a little stiff. Especially her eyes. She seemed to be afraid that Li Tianlan would be angry, and her eyes were a little perturbed. She was the proudest little princess of the Wang family of Beihai. Dongqing Wudi smiled ambiguously and said, Yuetong, how is your father? In fact, he had just met Wang Tianzong at a high-level meeting a few days ago, but in the face of the younger generation, he really didn't know what to say, so he could only greet him dryly. Not bad. Wang Yuetong smiled. Seeing that Li Tianlan wasn't angry, she was a little relieved and took the initiative to say, Sit down, Tianlan hasn't had breakfast. I'll make it. She turned around and walked slowly to the kitchen. Ning Qianqing hesitated for a moment, and quietly pulled Su Chu away. Bai Qingqian's secretary quietly closed the door, and stood outside the living room. For a moment, only Dongqing Wudi, his wife, and Li Tianlan were left in the living room. And the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward and stiff. Marshal, since you are here today, there should be a result of those things outside, right? Li Tianlan took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian, and said with a smile. In fact, he didn't care about what happened outside, but there were some things that he had to take the initiative to say. As a junior, he shouldn't put on airs in any case. It's settled. Dongqing Wudi held the teacup and said absent-mindedly, Li Wangxing will enter the Terracotta Army and become the new spirit tortoise of Zhongzhou State. His military rank is temporarily Major General. When he grows up in the future, he will be the real general of 9 regions. Li Tianlan nodded. The reason why Spirit Tortoise of the Terracotta Army chose young people this time was to change the blood inside, and cultivate the next generation of 4 spirit generals in advance. The military rank was not important, but the position was the most important. Sai City will also take action recently. Now that they have a second invincible realm expert, they must bear greater responsibility. Tribulation, Cool Breeze, Drifting Cloud, and Deep Dream should all have an official identity. But this matter can't be decided for the time being. If there is no accident, in the next year or 2, the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State will definitely change dramatically. Tianlan, this is not necessarily a good thing for you. Dongqing Wudi seemed to think of something and said in a dignified tone. This was the main purpose of his visit today. Gu Xingyan still hasn't given up? Does he want to improve the status of the special warfare system in Zhongzhou State? Bai Qingqian suddenly asked. How can he give up? The time was not right before, and he was just testing. Now the appearance of Tianlan and the Li family is equivalent to an opportunity. He can naturally join hands with the Wang family of Beihai, and with the support of the Prince Group, this time is almost perfect for him. What do you mean? Li Tianlan asked seriously. Dongqing Wudi looked at Li Tianlan, thought for a moment, and said, What Gu Xingyan means is to give the special warfare system more responsibilities and functions, and strengthen the constraints on some free forces in the special warfare system. He suggested that Zhongzhou State set up special warfare departments in different regions, such as the Southeast Special Warfare Department, which is responsible for the special affairs of Wuyue, Huiting, Jiangxia, and other provinces. The minister will participate in the meetings of the Zhongzhou State Decision-Making Committee. The appointment of subordinate units, such as the Wuyue Special Operations Bureau and the Huiting Special Operations Bureau, should be approved by Kunlun City and the Southeast Special Warfare Department. The head of the Special Operations Bureau at the provincial level will participate in the standing committee of the local province, lead the local free forces, and integrate all the dark forces among the people. Dongqing Wudi looked at Li Tianlan and said, Simply put, Gu Xingyan wants to turn the special warfare system into a real independent system. I don't know if you can understand it. Li Tianlan's brows were already tightly knitted together. He had thought that his survival would bring a huge storm to the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, but he had never thought that the storm would be so exaggerated. The special warfare system of Zhongzhou State could also be said to be an independent system, but it was more nominal. For example, it shared materials and intelligence with the military. The military and other high-level officials also had a great say in some important personnel appointments. In the past countless years, the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State had always been very close to the military. Even now, although Gu Xingyun's position was very high, the whole special warfare system was more like an agency to deal with difficult matters for the military. Although it was independent, it was not independent. Instead, it had a great dependence on the military. Gu Xingyun's proposal this time, the establishment of the so-called Special Warfare Department, was just a beginning. This beginning would undoubtedly greatly strengthen the voice of the special warfare system in Zhongzhou State. With a greater voice, Kunlun City could take advantage of the situation to carry out various reforms, and finally completely turn the special warfare system into a system that could run parallel with the political circle and the military headquarters. In general, if this proposal was really passed by the high-level officials, the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State would become more standardized and rigorous in the future. The emergence of a more standardized and rigorous special warfare system had both advantages and disadvantages. But for Li Tianlan, once such a situation became a reality, it was almost equivalent to a fatal blow to his future. Chapter 272. Freedom, Concealment and Efficiency. Wandering in the dark, ignoring rules, consequences, and morality, they created a favorable situation for the country in the most effective way. This was the main purpose of any country's special warfare system. Each country had its own special warfare system, so there was the dark world. As far as Zhongzhou State was concerned, the special warfare system was transcendent, but the root of this transcendent was the unfettered freedom of the special warfare system, and their attitude of ignoring the law in many cases, rather than how powerful the special warfare system was. Unfettered freedom also meant chaos. No regime was willing to accept a privileged system that could be above the law and had a strong integrity. But a privileged system wandering in the dark, ignoring the law, but unable to speak the same voice, could find its own soil in any regime. Because chaos and freedom also meant that it was easy to control and contain. Therefore, for hundreds of years, the position of the special warfare system in Zhongzhou State had been very subtle. The person standing on the commanding heights of this system was called the national war god and had a high status, but the whole system was always in a state of containment. The most obvious point was that the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, whether it was Kunlun City or the major special operations bureaus, no matter their rank or power, at least on the surface, these institutions were subordinate to the Ministry of State Security or the General Staff Headquarters of Zhongzhou State. The former was a government department, and the latter was a military department. Special warfare system? How could ordinary people know what it was? Under such circumstances, the national war god of Zhongzhou State indeed had a high status, but the war god and the entire special warfare system were always separated by the two sensitive departments of the government and the General Staff Headquarters, which belonged to the Ministry of State Security and the General Staff Headquarters respectively. This kind of thing seemed small, but the impact was crucial. At least it meant that once there were some disturbing changes in the special warfare system, the government and the military could almost intervene in the internal affairs of the special warfare system through these two departments at any time, concentrating the so-called glory and brilliance on the war god alone. And the entire special warfare system acted under the containment of the government and the military. This was the so-called balance that lasted for many years in Zhongzhou State. But now Gu Xingyun saw an opportunity. Li Honghe reappeared in Jianghu and occupied Lonely Mountain. The high-level officials were silent. Li Tianlan came back from the dead, and was still called the Heavenly Son of Zhongzhou State. The high-level officials were still silent. Who could have thought that after the silence, when many people could not react, Kunlun City would directly set off such a huge storm with the Wang family of Beihai? Special warfare departments were set up in different areas. With the Southeast Special Warfare Department, there would naturally be the Southwest, Northwest, and Northeast. The person in charge of the Special Warfare Department entered the decision-making committee, and the subordinate Special Operations Bureau entered the local standing committee. In this way, the Imperial God of War, the Special Warfare Department, and the Special Operations Bureau, who stood at the highest point, would be directly connected. Naturally, the Ministry of State Security and the General Staff Department would be squeezed out, and the entire Special Warfare System would have a much more powerful voice overnight. And this was just the beginning. The establishment of the Special Warfare Department directly made up for the tragic gap between the peak and the base of the Special Warfare System. With the emergence of these departments, logistics, personnel and other departments would also be improved. Once Gu Xingyun improved the entire Special Warfare System, his position in Zhongzhou State would become unshakable. This change was subtle and huge. At least for Li Tianlan's future, it could definitely be regarded as bad news. Kunlun City recognized his achievements in Changdao and his credits. But as soon as Gu Xingyun's suggestion came out, everything became meaningless. So what if he graduated early with 100,000 credits? Build my own force? It could be said to be a free force, but now it was under the direct leadership of Huiting Special Operations Bureau, or directly suppressed. Give up this opportunity to integrate into this system? Now the East Emperor Palace was organized at the divisional level. Even if it could be promoted 2 levels to the level of director, so what? Above the East Emperor Palace, there were institutions at the level of Deputy Governor, the Special Operations Bureau, the Special Warfare Department, and finally Kunlun City. Previously, the Special Warfare System was a mess. Being disorganized meant that it was easy for the higher-ups to manage, and it meant countless paths and opportunities for the grassroots. Especially for young people with strength and potential like Li Tianlan. The Special Warfare System that valued strength instead of qualifications was the fastest way for them to rise. But once Gu Xingyun improved the system, everything in the Special Warfare System would have rules. If Li Tianlan wanted to go up, he would have to overturn the whole system. How difficult was it? It was like an ordinary soldier trying to overthrow the minister of the army headquarters, or an ordinary civil servant trying to overthrow the prime minister of Zhongzhou State. It was not only difficult, but also a joke. Gu Xingyun's plan was to establish a perfect system for the Special Warfare System. Li Tianlan felt a little bitter in his heart. No matter how proud he was, it was impossible for him to think that such a move was only aimed at him and the Li family. He and the Li family were at best an opportunity. Gu Xingyun used it casually, and united with the Wang family of Beihai to form the current situation. Suppressing the Li family? That was only part of it. But in the final analysis, Gu Xingyun wanted to enhance his strength. The Wang family of Beihai, who also didn't want the Li family to reappear, had no reason to refuse Gu Xingyun's proposal. Their main sphere of influence was originally concentrated in the southeast, Yuzhou and Beihai province. No matter how great the changes in the Special Warfare System were, their strength would not be affected. On the contrary, the entire Southeast group might gain a lot of benefits from this great change in game. Although the Prince group had a subtle relationship with the Special Warfare group in recent years, no matter how serious the differences between the two sides were, it was a private matter. In this case, they would definitely support Gu Xingyun. As for Sai City, if Gu Xingyun's plan really succeeded, Sai City would definitely be the minister of the Special Warfare Department in the Northeast. Their sphere of influence was in the Northeast, but it would also be firmly restricted in the Northeast. The benefits brought by Tribulation's breakthrough to the Invincible Realm would be limited. As for the academics, the corners of Li Tianlan's mouth twitched slightly. Bai Qingqian, who was deep in thought, also frowned and said, "The attitude of the academy." Halfway through her sentence, she stopped talking. The academics were now cooperating with Li Tianlan and Sai City, and they were the current leading group. Their attitude was indeed crucial. But Bai Qingqian, as the most outstanding woman in the political circle of Zhongzhou State, naturally wouldn't think of things so simply. So as soon as she spoke, she fell silent again. Those who cooperated were called allies. There was a subtle difference between allies and their own people, but sometimes it could be said to be like heaven and earth. The academics, who were alone in the Special Warfare System, attached great importance to Li Tianlan's future and Sai City's present. But from their standpoint, especially after they saw the Special Warfare Group and the Prince Group gradually drifting apart in recent years, they should realize something. Perhaps a powerful but faintly restricted Li Tianlan and Sai City was in the best interest of the academics. The reason was simple. It was easy to control. After all, the academics had no grudge against Kunlun City. They only wanted benefits. Sai City was the benefit they wanted, and Li Tianlan was a pawn in the future plan of the academics to continue to expand benefits. Li Tianlan would struggle and resist in the face of difficulties. In the process of his struggle and resistance, the academics would give appropriate support and slowly control Li Tianlan completely. As for the North Group, another large group in Zhongzhou State, it had gradually declined in recent years. They weren't struggling at death's door, but on this matter, they certainly wouldn't have a clear attitude. They would abstain or just go with the flow. So there was only the giant group left. Li Tianlan looked at Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian and narrowed his eyes. Vaguely, he seemed to understand why they came over. Li Tianlan calmed down and said with a smile, "Was there any discussion at the meeting about whether my East Emperor Palace and I can graduate in advance?" Gu Xingyin meant to wait. He acknowledged your meritorious service in Changdao, but the Sky Academy has just started. In the next 3 years anything can happen, and there may be others who can surpass your current credits. So he thinks it's better to let you graduate 3 years later. Dongqing Wudi frowned and said. Obviously, the previous high-level meeting was not pleasant for him. Li Tianlan nodded and was not surprised. Gu Xingyin delayed him for 3 years, which was the main means to deal with him. His plan was too big to be accomplished in one day. This was a change. Although it was the general trend, it also needed a little planning. 3 years seemed to be enough. Li Tianlan looked at the teacup on the tea table in silence. The tea in the teacup was smooth and crystal clear. His future path was gradually narrowing, but it didn't really become a dead end after all. There was still a chance. In an angle that Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian couldn't see, he narrowed his eyes, firm and calm. Thank you, General. He looked up at Dongqing Wudi and said in a sincere tone, I see. Dongqing Wudi looked at Li Tianlan. From his eyes, Dongqing Wudi saw calmness and indifference, stubbornness and unyielding, but he didn't see confusion or sorrow. The corners of Dongqing Wudi's mouth moved, and his face became a little awkward and weird. At this moment, the heart of the iron-blooded general, who had fought on the battlefield and been stained with blood countless times, seemed to be extremely complicated. He was silent for a minute or two before he said with a bitter smile, What's your plan for the future, Tianlan? There is still a chance. Li Tianlan looked at Dongqing Wudi with a smile. There are still a few years. It doesn't matter if everything is settled. I will eventually re-enter the invincible realm. No one can stop what the Li family wants to do. His eyes seemed to be flowing with clear brilliance and shining brilliance. Gu Xingyin used the general trend to change the rules with his strength. Then he would tear the rules with his strength. All the suppression seemed desperate, but after all it was because he was not strong enough. Li Tianlan really couldn't do anything about it. It was better to let it go than to be helpless. Let it go. When he was strong enough, he would take back everything that he had let go of. I know what you mean. Dongqing Wudi took a deep look at Li Tianlan. But you need help now. Sai City is limited to the northeast, and the academics have a subtle attitude. Only we can give you this help. Tianlan, come home with me. The old master has been talking about you recently. It's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. Come back to Luojing with me. I'll pick up Senior Li and have a reunion dinner together. By the way, we can discuss your marriage with Rushi. He paused, looked at Li Tianlan and said with deep eyes, Kunlun City's action this time is really bold, but if you think about it carefully, it's just like that. Gu Xingyin can do nothing to you, but he can't do anything to me. The future of the special warfare system is difficult, so you come to the military to develop. After you and Rushi get married, the Dongqing clan will be yours, and the future giant group will also be yours. When you control the Border Control Corps one day, you won't be afraid of Kunlun City. Zhongzhou State was full of rich and powerful families. The giant group, a large but relatively free group not limited to regions, was also a force that no one could ignore. If this force could fully support Li Tianlan could indeed directly enter the military. The Border Control Corps looked like a corps, but it was an elite army of nearly 600,000 soldiers, which was called a small military department. If Li Tianlan controlled the Border Control Corps, he could even face Kunlun City in the future without fear. Thank you for your kindness, General. Li Tianlan looked at Dongqing Wudi with a solemn and serious expression. But I have my own plan and Rushi is very good, but I don't plan to get married for the time being, so? You have a damn plan. Dongqing Wudi suddenly frowned and interrupted Li Tianlan. His tone was a little rough, and he seemed to be unable to control his emotions. In the end, you just don't want to marry Rushi? Tianlan, don't be too capricious. What's wrong with Rushi? What's wrong with coming to the military to develop? What the hell are you thinking? Li Tianlan's expression stiffened, and then he looked at Dongqing Wudi with a smile. His eyes were grateful, but he said no more. Going to the military to develop was indeed a good choice, but it was not the choice he wanted. Even if he could reach the top in the military in the future, so what? What the Li family lost was still in the hands of Gu Xingyun. The former glory of the Li family were also trampled by Gu Xingyun. From the perspective of the highest level of Zhongzhou state, no one would allow the military and the special warfare system to have a life and death game in any case. Even if all these could be put down, don't forget who the current minister of the army headquarters was. General Qi Beizong, the director of the decision-making committee, and the nominal flag bearer of the special warfare group. If Dongqing Wudi left the Border Control Corps, he was most likely to take over Qi Beizong's position and become the real giant of Zhongzhou state. Because of this, the atmosphere between the Dongqing clan and the special warfare group was very delicate. If Li Tianlan entered the Dongqing clan, it was tantamount to adding fuel to the delicate relationship between the two sides. In the military development, the other side also occupied the commanding heights. How could it be so smooth? Even if the Dongqing clan could withstand everything, Li Tianlan's action was tantamount to directly dragging the Dongqing clan into the battlefield between the Li family and Kunlun City. Li Tianlan was not in the invincible realm. He was nothing now. He had nothing. He, who had to start from scratch, really couldn't afford the past of the Li family and the future of the Dongqing clan. Most importantly, on the day he went to Huading from Lin, and then got out of the Audi after saying goodbye to military counselor, Li Tianlan had already made up his mind that his life didn't need anyone to arrange it. Grandpa couldn't, the Dongqing clan couldn't, and she couldn't either. This was his pride, or perhaps it could be said that this was his obsession. Tianlan and Rushi are indeed a little young. It's reasonable to postpone the marriage. Bai Qingqian suddenly said. She looked at Li Tianlan and smiled very gently. If you don't want to go to the Dongqing clan, then don't. Tianlan, how about going home with me on the Mid-Autumn Festival? Li Tianlan was a little stunned. The home Bai Qingqian mentioned was naturally not the Dongqing clan, but the Bai family of Yuzhou. The Bai family of Yuzhou, whose status in the giant group of Zhongzhou state was no less than that of the Dongqing clan. Li Tianlan's mind was a little confused. He never expected that when he made it clear that he didn't want to think about marriage for the time being, this mother-in-law would take him back to the Bai family. This, Li Tianlan finally couldn't help but smile bitterly. Aunt Bai, it's really not convenient these days. If I have time in the future, I will definitely visit you. Bai Qingqian was silent for a while, then nodded slightly and said elegantly, okay. She didn't say more, just quietly looked at Li Tianlan, her eyes soft. It wasn't that she didn't want to say it, but that she couldn't. Bai Qingqian's eyes trembled a little. Li Tianlan subconsciously avoided her eyes and handed a box beside the sofa to Dongqing Wudi. General, this is what my grandfather asked me to give to the Dongqing clan. Dongqing Wudi took the box. He seemed to know what was in the box, so he just nodded and said, at present, the family is making a new weapon for you. It will take about 2 or 3 years. You can get it then. Li Tianlan nodded absent-mindedly. You really don't want to go back with me? Dongqing Wudi asked again unwillingly. Li Tianlan shook his head with a smile. Dongqing Wudi hesitated and finally sighed with a bitter smile. Forget it, then I'll go back. Tianlan, if there's anything, call me at any time. As long as the Dongqing clan can do it, we will spare no effort. The weight of these words was extremely heavy. Li Tianlan had to stand up, bowed slightly and said, Thank you, General. You're welcome. Dongqing Wudi helped Li Tianlan up, his eyes complicated. We're a family, we don't need these things. This is it's guilt. Bai Qingqian suddenly said. She looked at Dongqing Wudi with resentment and indifference in her eyes. Li Tianlan was stunned and didn't understand. Bai Qingqian took a deep breath, handed a business card to Li Tianlan, and said softly, If there's anything, you can also call me. What the Dongqing clan can do, the Bai clan can do. Thank you, Secretary Bai. Li Tianlan took it solemnly. Bai Qingqian took a deep look at him, turned and went straight to the door. Li Tianlan saw the couple, who seemed to have a subtle relationship, out of the door. The young woman who had been guarding outside the door quietly stopped Li Tianlan, and let Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian walk in front. Tianlan, I'm Tan Mingyao, Secretary Bai's secretary. This is my business card. The secretary smiled softly. Please take care of me in the future. Li Tianlan took the business card, shook hands with the secretary and said hello. His eyes involuntarily fell on Dongqing Wudi and Bai Qingqian. The couple walked side by side, but they maintained a clear distance from each other. Where are you going? Dongqing Wudi walked beside his wife and asked in a complicated tone. The airport. Bai Qingqian's tone was indifferent. I'll see you off. Dongqing Wudi said subconsciously. No need. Bai Qingqian shook her head. She looked at Dongqing Wudi and said in a stiff tone, If there's nothing else, goodbye. She pulled away from her husband and went straight to the gate. Dongqing Wudi stood where he was and looked at his wife's back. After a long time, he reached out and touched his face. He still remembered that when the news of Li Tianlan's death came back from East Island, Bai Qingqian slapped him hard in the face. How was that a slap? That was a woman's most powerless sorrow and despair. Dongqing Wudi's eyes were bitter. He took a deep breath and walked slowly to the door. Under Li Tianlan's gaze, the couple, who used to be very close, parted at the gate of East Emperor Palace. They went to the same destination, but they went in a completely different direction. Both different. Chapter 273. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. The East Emperor Palace, which was deserted on weekdays, became even more deserted. When Li Tianlan opened his eyes, it was already dark outside the window. It was quiet all around. There was a lamp in the corner of the room. Under the dim light, the golden retriever with soft hair was lying there quietly, wagging its tail in boredom. Li Tianlan sat up from the bed and rubbed his aching head. He picked up the glass of water next to him and drank it all in one gulp. He still felt a little thirsty. He shook his head and was in a trance. For a moment he didn't know what to do. Soft footsteps sounded outside the door. Wang Yuetong pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. Looking at Li Tianlan, who was a little dull, she was stunned and then said softly, You're awake? Do you want some water? Li Tianlan glanced at Wang Yuetong dully and laughed at himself. I drank too much. Have they all left? Yes. Wang Yuetong didn't turn on the light. She just silently adjusted the lamp in the corner. She handed a glass of water to Li Tianlan and said softly, Li Beitian and Yi Huayu left with Su Chu in the afternoon. You were still awake when Du Hanin left. Qiancheng and the others just left. Li Tianlan took a sip of water and nodded without saying anything. Tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival. There was no holiday in the Sky Academy, but several young people in the East Emperor Palace were qualified to celebrate the festival. Li Beitian and Yi Huayu returned to Mount Shu. Su Chu went to the Bai family in Yuzhou. Du Hanin was originally homeless, but after the mutation of her wind vein and the recovery of her strength, the improvement of her strength had overwhelmed everything else in her heart. She didn't need to celebrate the festival, so she went directly to the Sky Academy to continue her classes. Ning Qiancheng had planned to stay, but in the morning he received a call from Ning Ziyuan, the commander of the Eastern Theater of Operations, asking him to go back for the festival. Ning Qianqing didn't want to go, but Yu Donglai said it was good to go and have a look. Now the relationship between Yu Qingyan and Ning Qianqing had completely stabilized. The old man thought it was good to confirm their relationship first, so he took Yu Qingyan and went directly to Jinling Wuyue. Before leaving, Li Beitian said he wanted a small gathering. As a result, he and Ning Qianqing forced Li Tianlan to drink nearly 3 bottles of liquor. His strength was at its lowest point, so he vomited again and again. When he woke up, the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival was almost over. Those 2 bastards. Li Tianlan scolded him with a smile. It was just the Mid-Autumn Festival. 2 or 3 days were not even a farewell. It was really an injustice to drink the wine. I made soup. I learned it from old Yu. Do you want to have a bowl? Wang Yuetong asked softly. I'm not hungry. Li Tianlan shook his head and looked at Wang Yuetong. Only then did he realize that the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai seemed to be very different from before. She seemed to have just taken a bath because her hair was still a little wet. She was wearing a white one-piece fishtail skirt embroidered with golden lines, elegant and lively. Her white high-heeled shoes made her look taller and more slender. She put on light makeup and sprayed some perfume on her body. The misty and ambiguous fragrance constantly stimulated Li Tianlan's gradually recovering sense of smell. Under the dim yellow table lamp in the corner of the bedroom, Wang Yuetong stood in the light and shadow, enchanting and charming like an unreal dream. Very beautiful today. Li Tianlan looked at her and said, Do you like it? Wang Yuetong stared into Li Tianlan's eyes seriously. Her eyes were reserved but a little wild, containing a kind of power called courage. Li Tianlan fell silent. The silence turned into awkwardness as time went by. The light in the corner seemed to dim a little. Wang Yuetong's pretty face was a little pale, and the dazzling brilliance on her body was gradually fading. I'm going out for a walk. Li Tianlan stood up and said in a calm tone. I'll go with you. Wang Yuetong walked over with no room for refusal, and held Li Tianlan's arm tightly. There were thousands of kinds of delicate fragrance in the world, but this kind of natural body fragrance that even perfume could not cover was the most unique. The 2 snuggled together and walked downstairs in silence. The artificial lake in front of the East Emperor Palace was still flowing. The moonlight on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival was beautiful and bright. The night wind blew the fallen leaves high into the sky and shuttled back and forth in the moonlight. The strong sense of autumn permeated the night, and it was bleak. The man and woman walked together in the East Emperor Palace. They were followed by a golden retriever. They walked very gently, and the scene was also very gentle. It's so nice. Wang Yuetong, who had been silent, suddenly said softly, I like this feeling very much. It's like there are only 2 of us left in the world. We don't have to think about anything. It's so nice. Anything that isn't realistic is good, Li Tianlan said calmly. His voice was very calm, which was the opposite of Wang Yuetong's trance. Wang Yuetong held Li Tianlan's arm more tightly. She looked up at Li Tianlan with her small face and suddenly laughed. Under the poignant moonlight, her smile was very sweet and helpless. So senior brother wants to tell me that the reason why you're so good in my eyes is that we're not realistic, right? Li Tianlan frowned very quickly and did not say anything. Wang Yuetong's eyes gradually became crystal clear, and the uneasiness that had been suppressed in her heart for many days continued to accumulate in her tone. Her voice was a little trembling. There will be no future between us, right? The crystal in her eyes fell down and turned into teardrops. The tears streaked across the air for a moment and soaked into the grass after being penetrated by the moonlight. Li Tianlan was still silent. His expression was hard and a little cold. In fact, I've known it for a long time. Ever since I found out about your identity, ever since you met my father, I knew that there would be no future between us. That's why I call Qinwei by sister, and I don't mind your engagement with Dongqing Rushi. Because there is no future, it's not something I should fight for. I've always thought that it's enough to have you once. In the bleak and cold night, the girl's voice choked intermittently. But I'm still greedy. Senior brother, I like you very much, and I want to be with you all the time. even if I have to call her sister in the future. Senior brother, can you help me? I can't help you. Li Tianlan was silent for a long time before he said softly. Today, he also wanted to give Wang Yuetong the future she wanted, but he couldn't afford it. If he was responsible for Wang Yuetong's future, how could he be responsible for the Li family in the future? He used to be naive, but the cruel reality of the Battle of Changdao told him that maybe it was a mistake for them to meet at the beginning. I know. Wang Yuetong choked and said softly. You won't join the Wang family of Beihai, will you? With Li Tianlan's reputation in the dark world today, as long as he was willing to join the Wang family of Beihai, then everything would not be a problem, and the Wang family of Beihai would be willing to let Wang Yuetong stay with Li Tianlan. Now, except for Kunlun City, perhaps no force would refuse to tie Li Tianlan to their chariot. But Li Tianlan couldn't join the Wang family of Beihai. After all, the Wang family of Beihai let the Li family down. For the Li family, their inaction at that time was a betrayal. Join the Wang family of Beihai? How would the Li family live in the future? Maybe there would be no Li family at all. Without the Li family, there would be no conflict between him and the Wang family of Beihai. Li Tianlan took a deep breath. Maybe the betrayal could be understood by everyone, including him. But the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai, after all, had different paths. People with different paths could not make plans together. I won't. Li Tianlan finally said, short and firm. This was the irreconcilable knot between the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai. He had reasons not to compromise, even though he knew what the association would lose. He continued to walk forward. Wang Yuetong stood where she was. Li Tianlan turned around and looked at her. Wang Yuetong looked at him. After a long time, she reached out and hugged Li Tianlan's waist tightly. Her whole body was almost attached to him. Senior brother. Wang Yuetong's voice trembled as if she was sleep-talking. Take me. Take me tonight. I'll do whatever you want tonight. Here, back to the room, in the water or on the roof. You're the first man I fell in love with. I don't want to leave myself with regrets. Take me. Li Tianlan's body was stiff. Wang Yuetong's delicate body trembled in his arms. He could almost clearly feel her tenderness and passion. If he couldn't have your future, he would want a past that he had. He didn't ask for everlasting love, but just wanted to have it once. That was roughly what it meant. But Li Tianlan's mouth curved into a bitter smile. He looked at Wang Yuetong and whispered, It doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense whether he got it or not, because in the end he would regret it. Regret didn't lie in whether he got it or not, but in his position. Opposing positions would only lead to resentment and hatred, even if they had loved each other. Wang Yuetong shook her head desperately in Li Tianlan's arms. She held him tighter and tighter. I don't care. She cried unwillingly and aggrievedly. Walk with me. The scenery tonight is beautiful. Li Tianlan whispered. If one didn't look at the world from the highest point of martial arts, the night before the Mid-Autumn Festival was indeed beautiful. It was beautiful even in nothingness. Let's go back. Wang Yuetong raised her head in Li Tianlan's arms, looked into his eyes and insisted. Go back to the room. Senior brother, don't you like me? I don't believe you don't want me. I want you. Li Tianlan walked forward persistently and said blandly, but I want you not to hate me so much in the future. Wang Yuetong bit her red lip and held Li Tianlan's arms tightly. The two moved forward slowly in the night. They gradually approached the gate. Senior brother. Wang Yuetong's faint voice sounded. If you really become strong enough to ignore everything in the future, will you come to me? Li Tianlan quietly glanced at Wang Yuetong. He wanted to tell her that in this world, no one could be strong enough to ignore everything. He couldn't, Wang Tianzong couldn't, even the ancestors of the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family couldn't. Because ignoring everything was not strong. Wang Yuetong's eyes were soft but firm. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath, turned his head and said coldly, No. The two gradually approached the gate. Wang Yuetong grabbed Li Tianlan's arm and forced a smile. What a cruel man. Li Tianlan didn't say anything. In his sight, two high-end security guards, one fat and one thin, were on duty. Outside the door, A black car stopped at the entrance. Two men got out of the car. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he finally knew why Wang Yuetong was so abnormal today. Wang Yuetong also saw the two men outside the door. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and she even had no strength to hold Li Tianlan's arm. Both sides found each other inside and outside the door. Li Tianlan only knew one of the two men, but one was enough. Because it was Wang Tianzong. At a distance of tens of meters, the four people looked at each other. Li Tianlan sighed softly. He let go of Wang Yuetong and said indifferently, "Go." Wang Yuetong bit her lip hard, and shook her head with tears streaming down her face. She knew very well what this meant. It seemed to be only a distance of tens of meters. But this distance was called parting. It was also an enemy. Chapter 274. Li Tianlan finally stopped moving forward. Wang Yuetong stood beside him, holding his hand tightly and lowering her head. Tears fell down one by one and fell on his hand, feeling cool. Li Tianlan looked at Wang Tianzong calmly. Inside and outside the door. Behind him was the moonlight. The moonlight shone all over the East Emperor Palace. Under the dim light, it was a deep night. Behind Wang Tianzong was the road, and there were thousands of lights in the distance. Under the light, Li Tianlan could only see darkness. The sword intent constantly brewing in the darkness filled all his senses. Wang Tianzong appeared and disappeared in the sword intent, wandering between reality and illusion. He could not be locked on at all. Sometimes it was not a good thing to be able to see the essence of martial arts. At least now, looking at the darkness around Wang Tianzong, Li Tianlan could only feel the power that he could not resist at all. His expression changed, and there was finally a trace of bitterness in his narrowed eyes. Out of instinct, he held Wang Yuetong's hand tightly. It was a pair of trembling hands that gradually became cold, but still gentle. Li Tianlan could not be sure of his mood. Unwilling? 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 Maybe a little of both. But at least he could be sure of one thing. He did not like the feeling of being forcibly taken away what he cared about. His own. What he cared about. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and looked at Wang Tianzong in his sight, motionless. Dozens of meters inside and outside the door. 2 worlds, 2 roads, 2 directions, and 2 standpoints. Wang Tianzong's eyes were calm and almost indifferent. That was the look that did not take anything seriously. He nodded to Li Tianlan and walked to the gate. In the duty room, 2 security guards, one fat and one thin, had come out. They looked at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan waved his hand. The security guard opened the door. Wang Tianzong came in. Wang Yuetong took a step back subconsciously, as if she wanted to hide behind Li Tianlan. But then she realized that it was inappropriate. She moved forward weakly and whispered, "Dad." Wang Tianzong nodded and looked at Li Tianlan. His eyes were still careless, but his expression was very soft. "How is your body?" "It's all right," Li Tianlan said quietly. Beside him, Wang Yuetong let go of his hand, trembling slightly. She was so weak. That trace of tenderness gradually went away. Li Tianlan was wrapped in the cold moonlight. His heart gradually became cold, and even his tone became cold. "I'm surprised that you're still alive." Wang Tianzong's tone was very casual and calm. With his status, standing in front of Lin Xianyuan, it was already a great honor for him to speak. There was no need to hide anything at all. "Your current state looks a little interesting." "It's just a new beginning." Li Tianlan shook his head. His current state was no longer a secret. At the very least, he could not hide it from giants like the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City. Moreover, his strength was gone. What was the point of holding on? Wang Tianzong took a deep look at Li Tianlan and said calmly, "Start over. Do you still have time?" Li Tianlan froze for a moment. Wang Tianzong's eyes were still soft and casual, but Li Tianlan saw a trace of indifference deep in his eyes. "I just came back from Lin, and went to see Senior Li. The old man is in good spirits," he said. Li Tianlan's eyes narrowed. He, who had always been expressionless, finally smiled. It was like a smile but also like a sneer. Life is long, and I still have a lot of time. He looked at Wang Tianzong and said word by word. He understood what Wang Tianzong meant. By mentioning his grandfather, Wang Tianzong was implying that his life and Li Honghe's life were linked. Li Honghe had recovered to his peak state when he was at the border. Now he was in good spirits, but his state was extremely poor. No one could tell how many years he could hold on, but it was certain that it would not be too long. At least it could not be long enough for Li Tianlan to enter the invincible realm again. When Li Honghe died, what could the remaining Li family and Li Tianlan, who had not entered the invincible realm, do? He had no time, even if he was the young governor of Sai City. When the Wang family of Beihai, Kunlun City, and the Prince Group stood together, they were the general trend of Zhongzhou State. Under this kind of alliance, Sai City was no longer a force worthy of their fear. Wang Tianzong nodded perfunctorily. I just talked to Zhuang Huayang on the phone. Yuetong will not go to the Sky Academy for classes in the future. She will go back to Beihai Province. You are in Huading and it is not suitable for her. Wang Tianzong said calmly. Li Tianlan nodded and said, oh, without any emotional fluctuations. He seemed to want to see Yuetong, but he held back and turned his head. You don't want to? Wang Tianzong suddenly asked. Yes. Li Tianlan answered without hesitation. You have another choice. Wang Tianzong said softly. Join the Wang family of Beihai. As long as you are willing, I will let Yuetong marry you within a month. You can get the best resources and the strongest protection. Kunlun City is no longer a problem. When you enter the invincible realm in the future, you can even use the power of the Wang family of Beihai to take revenge on Gu Xingyun. I can even give you a position equal to Sheng Xiao in the Wang family of Beihai. As long as you are willing, you can get anything. Really? Li Tianlan laughed. His eyes seemed to hide needles, sharp and cold. If I want the Wang family of Beihai, can I get it? Wang Tianzong looked at Li Tianlan in silence. The softness in his eyes gradually disappeared, and finally became the most thorough indifference. I have given you a chance. He looked at Li Tianlan and Wang Yuetong and said, You can't blame me. Wang Yuetong looked at Li Tianlan with tears in her eyes. Li Tianlan finally looked at her. He reached out and wiped away the tears on Wang Yuetong's face. He said calmly, Goodbye. It seemed that he could get anything if he joined the Wang family of Beihai. But first, the Wang family of Beihai got him. With him, the Wang family of Beihai could take advantage of the situation to completely gather the remaining Li family, and even get Sai City and Samsara Palace. In the end, Li Tianlan seemed to get everything, but he got nothing. Only the Wang family of Beihai really got everything. Because the Wang family of Beihai could not be surnamed Li. So they could only say goodbye. You refused me today, but you will not know what you refused. Wang Tianzong said calmly. He really felt a little pity and regret in his heart. Even if he could really be calm about Li Tianlan's appearance, how could the Wang family of Beihai and even the Southeast Group always keep absolute peace? The Li family fell from the peak to the dust at the fastest speed. The Southeast Group, which had always been supported by the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family, suddenly had an unprecedented crisis. The Wang family of Beihai turned the crisis into an opportunity and concentrated the greatest power in the group in the fastest time. During that time, it was no exaggeration to say that half of the Southeast Group belonged to the Li family. If the Wang family of Beihai was willing to take action, Li Honghe might have been able to get through that crisis. But in the end, the Wang family of Beihai remained silent. It silently watched Li Honghe leave the border and take away everything that belonged to the Li family. Nearly 20 years had passed. Everything in that year had been settled. Some of the backbone figures promoted by Li Honghe in the Southeast Group had basically retired. But hidden dangers were hidden dangers after all. The exposure of Li Tianlan's identity had already caused some small shocks in the Southeast Group. And with Li Tianlan's resurrection this time, the shocks were actually getting bigger and bigger. If Li Tianlan could join the Wang family of Beihai, everything would disappear completely. But unfortunately, it was really a pity. A so-called heavenly son who started over but still had ridiculous persistence was, in the final analysis, worthy of being called a pity. Li Tianlan's expression remained unchanged. He knew what he refused. He just refused to be a vassal of the Wang family of Beihai. He would not regret it. Who is this? He suddenly looked to the side of Wang Tianzong. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing stood beside Wang Tianzong. He looked like he was in his 40s and could be described as elegant and good-looking. He was a standard middle-aged handsome man. The man's temperament was calm and low-key. He came here with Wang Tianzong, but never spoke. Hearing Li Tianlan's question, the middle-aged man seemed to be stunned, and then he took the initiative to smile. I have nothing to do with His Majesty's trip. It's just on the way. He took out a business card, handed it to Li Tianlan and said with a smile, I'm Lu Shuanghua. Hello young Master Li. Lu Shuanghua. Jiangnan Dao. One of the intelligence giants in Zhongzhou State. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and took a serious look at Lu Shuanghua. Lu Shuanghua was also a legendary figure in the dark world of Zhongzhou State. He was originally an ordinary researcher belonging to the Prince Group. He did not know martial arts and was not a core member. He was hunted down by the Prince Group to kill him after he inadvertently learned some unknown secrets. However, he failed to kill him. Instead, he was saved by the young Wang Tianzong. Lu Shuanghua joined the Wang family of Beihai, took root in Jiangnan province, and established Jiangnan Dao in more than 10 years. An ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken set up the largest intelligence organization in the south of Zhongzhou State in more than 10 years. Such an experience was indeed legendary. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. Hello. Li Tianlan reached out and shook hands with Lu Shuanghua without saying much. Let's go. Wang Tianzong glanced at Li Tianlan and suddenly turned around, planning to leave with Wang Yuetong. Wait a minute. Li Tianlan suddenly said. Wang Tianzong turned around. Li Tianlan looked into his eyes and said softly, Before the Battle of Changdao, I took a bottle of potion called Surge. Surge, immortality potion. And against the way of heaven, the unique skill of the Wang family of Beihai, were combined together to make me who I was in the last Battle of Changdao. Does your Majesty know about this? I did it. Wang Tianzong looked at Li Tianlan for a while, and then said frankly, I asked Shengxiao to pass against the way of heaven to you on purpose. If you died in Changdao at that time, I would really feel at ease. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Tianlan. Why, do you want to take revenge on me? Li Tianlan looked at Wang Tianzong. After a long time, he smiled softly, bowed deeply to Wang Tianzong, and said calmly, I dare not. Wang Tianzong's pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, there was a trace of irrepressible irritation and killing intent in his eyes. He looked at Li Tianlan, who still did not straighten up, twitched the corner of his mouth, turned around and said, Let's go. Wang Tianzong took Wang Yuetong. Lu Shuanghua followed. Li Tianlan straightened up and looked at the backs of the three. No matter whether they were affectionate or not, no matter whether they cared or not, there was silence when they parted. There was only silence. 2 security guards stood quietly at the door, one fat and one thin, and they formed a beautiful contrast in the night. Wang Tianzong looked at the 2 seemingly ordinary security guards seriously, and narrowed his eyes tightly. And behind him, Chapter 275. Without any resistance, Wang Tianzong easily took Wang Yuetong out of the gate of East Emperor Palace. Lu Shuanghua, the intelligence giant of Zhongzhou State, drove in person. In the slight shaking of the car, the light shone out, illuminating the roadside flower beds. Wang Yuetong stood in front of the open car door and looked back. In her sight, Li Tianlan still stood there quietly, showing no expression. Wang Yuetong bit her red lips tightly to stop herself from crying. She just stared at the figure bathed in the moonlight inside the door. There were lights and the night wind behind her. The wind blew the autumn leaves high into the sky. Her long skirt and hair danced in the night light. There was a kind of reluctance and desolation similar to heartbreak. The man who was silent and quiet when she first met him. The man who was ruthless and decisive in the entrance maneuver. The man who stood in front of her in a dangerous situation and burned the sky with a sword. This was the man who had saved her, but insisted on being even with her back then. They didn't spend a long time together, but feelings were emotions that didn't need time to measure. Meeting, beginning, intimacy until parting. It wasn't until this moment that Wang Yuetong clearly felt the importance of Li Tianlan in her heart. The importance that she couldn't give up. She had long been obsessed with the reassuring feeling of staying with him, even if she knew from the beginning that they would not have a future. But she didn't expect that this kind of relationship without a future would not end satisfactorily in the end. Wang Yuetong laughed with tears in her eyes, looking delicate and lovely. For the first time in her life, she was infatuated with him. This so-called first love was sweet and bitter indeed. Wang Yuetong waved her hand. The sparkling tears finally fell to the ground. Li Tianlan was motionless, only determined. The black car kept going away along the road, and finally disappeared in the distance. His eyes couldn't reach her, and neither could his heart. Li Tianlan finally felt the loneliness that was almost empty. Even if he knew that Li Beitian and Ning Qianqing would come back soon, Qin Weibai had nothing to do with him anymore. Wang Yuetong returned to Beihai. Li Shi, who only lived for herself, had his grandfather standing in the front and supporting her. And it had nothing to do with him. Even his few friends all had their own forces behind them. Li Tianlan's foundation was ruined. Since he had lost his martial arts, he seemed to have lost his responsibilities. It was not until then that Li Tianlan realized that he had nothing in his life except for the responsibility on his back. He had nothing. Li Tianlan laughed bitterly. His figure became lonely in the night. It was a state of mind that could not be expressed in any words. Loneliness, desolation, helplessness, and confusion. He stood there, but he seemed to have lost his soul. As a result, he seemed to have disappeared into the cold night, becoming completely void and lifeless. At the entrance of the East Emperor Palace, the two security guards looked at each other with puzzled and solemn eyes. After all, they were not ordinary security guards, so they could feel Li Tianlan's almost silent state at this time. The two of them did not know whether this situation was good or bad, and for a moment, they were in a dilemma. Shall we go and take a look? The tall and thin security guard frowned. Although he was asking, his body had subconsciously walked toward Li Tianlan. The short and fat security guard hesitated for a moment, before he followed in silence. Silently, Li Tianlan opened his eyes again. His vision became unprecedentedly clear and peaceful. Two security guards walked up to him. The three of them were stunned at the same time. The tall and thin security guard reacted very quickly, showing a simple and honest smile. He comforted him honestly. "Boss, would you like to drink some wine? The rice wine brewed by yourself won't go to your head." "I'm not your boss." Li Tianlan shook his head and quietly looked at the security guards in front of him. "What are your names?" "Li Dazhuang." The tall and thin security guard continued to be simple and honest. "Li Wang." The slightly short fat man looked innocent. Even though Li Tianlan was in a very bad mood now, he was almost amused by these two brothers at this time. He shook his head, pointed to the duty room in front of the door, and walked in first. The duty room was relatively simple. There was a 20-inch color TV, two hard beds, a simple computer that was turned off at this time, and a brand new rack hung clothes and electric batons. A small table was placed in the center of the duty room. There was indeed a bottle of wine without a trademark, and a stack of peanuts on the table. Li Tianlan glanced at them, shook his head and said, "Sorry to trouble you." "Not at all. The salary here is high, the environment is good, and it's free." "It's good. Boss, don't mention it. Sit down." Li Dazhuang greeted him warmly. He seemed to be a little flattered. "Don't pretend." Li Tianlan said indifferently. "High salary? I can't afford to pay the salary of two security guards in the thunder-shocking realm. Even if I sell my blood, I feel wronged for you two staying here." He took a small stool and sat down. Looking at the two brothers with stiff expressions, he calmly said, "Which force are you from?" The two security guards looked at each other with confusion and embarrassment in their eyes, but they still tried to pretend to be at a loss. "The Wang family of Beihai? The Jiang family of South America? Kunlun City? Sai City? Or?" Li Tianlan didn't go on. But at this point, it was really meaningless to hide. The two security guards smiled bitterly and hesitated. The tall and thin security guard took the lead to bow and said softly, "Bamboo Forest pays respect to your highness. Volcano pays respect to your highness." The fat man also bowed respectfully. Li Tianlan was not surprised. Although he mentioned several forces, he had a general idea of their positions. Now his perception was absolutely terrifying to an unimaginable level. Although he could not specifically judge their strength, he could be sure that their strength was definitely around the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. Such people stayed here for a few months without doing anything, even after he came back, so it was unlikely that they were enemies. He was now the young governor of Sai City, but they called him Your Highness. Li Tianlan laughed at himself and finally asked, "Are you from the Samsara Palace? How did Your Highness find out that there was something wrong with us?" asked the man with the code name Bamboo Forest. Obviously, he was the leader of the two. He wore a security guard uniform and looked honest. He really didn't look like a master at all. But Li Tianlan could see through them at a glance, which was really incredible for them. If Wang Tianzong can see it, so can I. Even if he can't see it, I can perceive it. Li Tianlan said quietly. "Are you really from Samsara Palace?" "Samsara Palace has withdrawn from Zhongzhou State." Bamboo Forest smiled and said, "This is something that everyone knows." He hesitated a little and finally said, "We belong to Saber." "Saber?" Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows with a strange expression. "Is this an organization?" "Yes." Bamboo Forest's tone was calm. He seemed to see Li Tianlan's doubt. He whispered, "It's a very secretive organization. Military Counselor is our immediate superior." Military Counselor? After all, it was Samsara Palace. Li Tianlan was silent for a moment and finally said, "I want to see Military Counselor." Beep. As soon as his voice fell, a car horn sounded at the door. Before the car stopped in his sight, Li Tianlan's eyes blurred. Military Counselor in a black cloak had appeared in front of him. Seeing the calm Bamboo Forest and volcano, Military Counselor immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But then he saw Li Tianlan. Military Counselor's body stiffened slightly. After a moment of silence, he finally said with a bitter smile, "I heard the news that Wang Tianzong came here, so I came to have a look." "It's okay. Your news is timely." Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes and looked at Military Counselor. He was not being sarcastic. With Wang Tianzong's status, he could really do whatever he wanted in Zhongzhou State. Even if everyone wanted to pay attention to him, there must be very few people who could pay attention to his traces. But now Wang Tianzong left for less than 10 minutes, and Military Counselor could come here, which showed how terrifying the resources he had in his hands. What is Saber? Li Tianlan asked directly before Military Counselor could speak. He thought that Samsara Palace had nothing to do with him, but now he found that it was always around him. No matter what this news meant, it finally made him feel better when he was in such a bad mood. Military Counselor looked at the Bamboo Forest and volcano. The two bowed to him helplessly. Military Counselor suddenly understood what was going on, and he also smiled helplessly. He sat opposite Li Tianlan and ate a peanut. After a moment of silence, he pointed to the Bamboo Forest and volcano. "They are Saber. Only two people." Li Tianlan stared at Military Counselor. Even if he was a fool, he would not believe that there were only two people in the so-called Saber. Military Counselor shook his head and waved his hand. The Bamboo Forest and volcano left quietly, leaving the duty room to Military Counselor and Li Tianlan. Seeing this, Li Tianlan frowned slightly. "Can't you trust your own people? This is the rule." Military Counselor whispered, "They don't know much. Strictly speaking, the Bamboo Forest and volcano only belong to the scabbard. They only know what they should know. If there was a scabbard, there would naturally be a blade." Li Tianlan's eyes narrowed tightly. He suddenly found that the so-called Saber might be powerful beyond his imagination. "Is Saber an organization?" Li Tianlan asked. "It's an organization. I've been managing it on behalf of the Palace Master over the years." Military Counselor nodded. "Is the headquarters in Huading?" Li Tianlan continued to ask. At this moment, he wanted to take off military counselor's cloak and see who he was behind it. Headquarters? Military counselor repeated it silently, and then shook his head. No headquarters. Li Tianlan frowned. Saber is one, but also independent of each other. Military counselor whispered. The scabbard is heavy, the blade is sharp, the saber intent is ethereal, the hilt is illusory, and the saber light is bright. Such an organization doesn't need a headquarters for the time being. The bamboo forest and volcano belong to the scabbard. Even if the two were not at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, they were close to this realm. Then what were the so-called blade, saber intent, hilt, and saber light? Li Tianlan was a little frightened in his heart. But although we don't have a headquarters, our foundation is indeed in Zhongzhou State. Military counselor said with a smile. Your Highness, the Samsara Palace is famous overseas. The outside world says that we rise fast and have a weak foundation. But no matter how weak the foundation is, it still exists. Do you know where the real foundation of the Samsara Palace is? Li Tianlan did not speak. This answer would not surprise him at all, although the answer itself was unexpected. Our real foundation is in Zhongzhou State. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.